Well, hello. Keith Keller, Melbourne, Australia. It's 10 o'clock on a Tuesday morning here in Melbourne, Australia. So I'm doing a show today about software and hardware. Which do you prefer? Have you got a favorite? So we're going to be asking the question, what is your favorite software? And this is a big topic. We can talk for hours and hours about that. And what is your favorite hardware? Do you have a mixer or a mic or some sort of a cool gadget? And we can talk for hours and hours and hours about that. So, welcome to the Social Audio Sound Check. We do this every week, and it's a chance to have a bit of a fun. We'll bring some of our buddies in from around the world just to let you know where in the world they are. We are sending this file to Substack now. And so you can listen to it on Substack if you're there. Substack has 50 million users and it's pretty cool. Here's where my followers are there. I've just started in September of 2025 and have about 150 supporters there. So that's loosely where they are. And if you want to know more about that, I do some highlights of the shows on Substack, usually in the form of a blog post. And they're getting about 200 or 300 views every time, which is very, very satisfying. And just for fun, I'm challenging myself to get 10,000 views in 30 days, which is a big ask, but it's a good challenge. What we'll do today is we'll talk about lots of different things. If you prefer, you can watch the show on YouTube, youtube.com/@KeithKellerTV. I would love to know where you are calling in from in the world, and just to give me a bit of a heads up, that's always part of the fun. If you want to know more about what the show's going to be about and what shows are coming up, you can go to Where is Keith Today. That gives you a full list of shows coming up and a bit of a synopsis of what the show's going to be about. Today's show is going to be all about using software and hardware to make your shows sound better, look better, reach further. And we'll talk a lot about Restream and multi-streaming. I won't talk too much about that yet. We'll talk a bit about what I use, the Zoom P2, which I love. I don't work for Zoom. I just love their products. This one works with USB mics. So we're going to talk a lot about that. Hardware, $200. And the Zoom P4, which is superior, but requires different types of mics. That's $300. Again, I don't work for Zoom. I just love buying stuff. I shout myself a present every year. One present, 1 year. And we'll just we'll do we'll have a bit of fun talking to the rooster. I am indeed talking to the rooster, mate. And I actually have got a sound for that and a picture. So it's always good fun, but it's a little challenging. Oh, what are you on about? What are you talking about? Oh, okay, I get you. Now I know. So when we have coined this phrase in the community that if no one comes for the first couple of minutes, I've got to talk to the rooster. I'll have to join on the P2 one of these days. Yes, the P2 is my favorite gadget at the moment. Hardware. It's about 200 Australian dollars. I don't know what that means in the US. You can find that out on Amazon, I guess. But $200 has built-in noise reduction, and this is what I'm using at the moment. A Zoom P2. So if you like the sound, you'll probably get a somewhat similar sound. And I'm using the Samson 2QU, which is a mic that I love, really love. We will, if time allows, talk about the Zoom P4, which is a superior product and a bit more money. I've got it here. It's ready to go if I get inspired, but I just find myself using the P2 lately. If we get a couple of our Roadaholics, I just made that up. We might test the USB version. What's this called again? The PodMic USB. We might test the Rodecaster Duo and its big brother, the Rodecaster Pro 2. I know several of my buddies have these. I'll have them. And Mike is saying that the P2 with a Samson 2QU sounds warm. Now we do a lot of discussions about this, a lot of discussions about what this is going to sound like. So Mike says that the vocals sound warm, so they're really lovely mid range here, which you can completely change when you buy hardware. And this is actually the essence of what we're actually talking about today. What is your favorite hardware and what is your favorite software? Now we have Zakia calling in from Philadelphia on her Rodecaster Pro 2. So listen to this. Listen to this. Hey, how you doing?
Hi, Keith. How are you?
Oh, I love it. This is great. This is great. So I love doing this show. I just love the idea that we've been around the block a few times. We don't mind sharing. And you've got a Rodecaster too, yeah, and the Pod Mic USB.
I do. I'm trying to adjust my audio because you're coming out of my speakers instead of my headphones. But yes, I have a Rodecaster Pro 2.
Now, for those that are listening, I am on the P2. What is the difference in sound quality? Let's do this. This is exactly why I do this show. Let's have a listen to both feeds. And I'd like to know from the audience which of these words in the English language apply to the sound. You know, it's very cool that you can apply words to sounds. So Mike says that the P2 sounds warm. I would say
Mm.
you sound crisp and present, and there's a lot of clarity in your voice on this
I
device.
was thinking thickness.
Thickness,
Yeah.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
okay. Thickness is a good one because you have called in on the phone in the car, right? And what that often sounds like is harsh or muddy or rumble or boom
Mm-hmm.
because the tech, the hardware, so to speak, is not designed for broadcast quality audio when you're driving. Right? I mean, of course it isn't. It's not designed for that. But what you have right there is purpose built for making shows sound great, aren't they? I mean, this is why you got it
Yeah.
because you wanted
Yeah.
to sound good. Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't initially the case. I had gear acquisition syndrome, and that's what everybody said to get. So I didn't even know the power of what I was buying when I brought it, but it has
Oh,
made all the difference.
wow. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Gear acquisition syndrome. They're a desirable product. Like, I mean, a lot of really cool people have them. And for those of us who can't spend, they're $1,000 in Australia. We have a little one, the Duo, which we're almost certainly going to get. And so we got some good concepts here. Mike, you're saying that clarity is the word that stands out for you when you hear Zakia speak.
Yeah, I thought, and maybe it's just I don't know if it's the headphones I have on right now. She sounds, yeah, I hear more clarity. Um, and one of the things I think we need to remember is the vocal registers that we all have, right? And so Keith, you have a deeper register, um,
Mm.
and Zakia is has a higher register, but what I'm hearing, and maybe it's the crispness too. I'm really trying to, and I don't have my really expensive cans on at the moment. But I'm still hearing Zakia come. Yeah, it feels like clarity to me.
Yeah, well,
Maybe crisp, maybe crisp, but
this is the reason why I talk. I really want people listening in to pick up on this. This is why I talk about hardware. There's a lot of free software out there that's free or a little bit of money, but it's basic. But the thing I love about hardware is there's buttons to push. And this, talking about the register, this I bought this unit because it's got a bass boost button. Like if I take the tone off, my voice sounds thinner to me. Probably hardly
it
to
it, it sounds flatter.
a
flatter.
noticeable difference. Yeah. I
Yeah.
would
Yeah,
agree with the
there's
flatter.
oh yeah. There's a definite difference, Keith. Absolutely.
Yeah, and so all I did
It's-
was just take the tone off, and I put the tone back on, and then I've got that FM radio voice again. So
it's huge, dude. You're you're convincing me to not tonight, but I have to jump on with the P2. I'm gonna have to with the Q2U.
yeah,
Maybe even the pod mic.
yeah, well, both will work.
Definitely get the pod mic, Mike.
Well,
You'll
I want to actually one of these days I'm gonna have to try both on Keith's show, but not tonight.
you'll have to have an adapter. Doesn't the USB pod mic have a USB-C plug?
It does, but you can get USB-C
USB-A.
to yeah, the normal ones. Yeah. I
And
mean, that's what I have.
and look, this is a very good discussion because we're all diehards. We've got all the tech. Like we've just got boxes and boxes of tech sitting on the table, and not everyone can afford that. But I would really love to know, first of all, what's the difference between hardware and software? What can you do? What can you get done with software, and what's its limitations? And what's your favorite? What's your favorite piece of software that really solves a big problem for you? And the same question, what is your favorite piece of hardware that you can't do with software? I think this is a very good discussion, and I'm so glad that you're in early because that means that the first hour of the show, and remember last week's show went for 6 hours, the first hour of the show is really heavily packed with good material because not everyone can listen to the whole show. So we'll start with software. What's your favorite piece of software and why do you love it? You go first, Sakia.
Oh, does ChatGPT count as software?
That's right. Whatever you want. That's just it's not.
I would
It's-
well, Claude is coming in a very quick second, but ChatGPT is hands down my favorite these days. I think that's the second tab I open when I turn my computer on every day.
First tab is
Email.
email. Okay, that's good. So ChatGPT is software. It doesn't come in a box. You can't pick it up. It doesn't you can't sort of touch it. Right. So and Claude, I'm hearing a lot about Claude. Tell me about Claude.
Oh my
I'm really
goodness.
excited about it.
Well, the hard part is I've been in a very monogamous relationship with ChatGPT for over 2.5 years. So it has a very long history with me. And so getting all of that data over to Claude, yes, you can export your JSON and all of that, which is just your memory. I know we got to be careful of, and that wasn't even an acronym. Yeah,
what's
you didn't
JSON?
catch it? Okay. So it's just a structured way of sharing or exporting all of your conversation history so that another generative AI tool can pick it up and you can start having a conversation and it has all of that history. And so I don't have to retrain it as much. But Claude is really good at lifting up and actually doing the thing that I'm asking it to do. ChatGPT is a wonderful brainstorming partner in helping me to come up with how to write things or a strategy or a plan or anything like that. But that's where it stops. Claude will then say, here's just an example that anybody could use. Here's 5 things that you should do for your social media campaign. Do you want me to build the assets? Yes, please do. And it'll build every single thing. And then it also has APIs where it can tie into the different software that I use too. So I'm starting to like it.
Picking up on this, I had a big chat to Richard yesterday, the founder of GoBrunch, about his new SEO tool. AI SEO, AEO probably. And I got to be honest, I don't understand it. But what you just said there made sense because there's a button that says, would you like me to create some content for you? Yes. Would you like me to use Claude? Type in your Claude. Type in your Claude. So if you've got a thing you like, you can just, Richard's idea is that it's a very cool site. Like there's two parts to it. One is there's a free AI SEO checker, and it says, okay, based on just off the bat, your site is 70 out of 100 for SEO, and here's 10 things you can do to improve it. And that's free. That checker is free. It's genius. Then, if you're really, really into it, we can create a whole strategy for you based on what you're doing. I'll give you suggestions of what to write. I'll write it for you if you want, and then I'll pump it out and feed it back to you. So what you're saying there is that you've been using ChatGPT for a very long time, but that core data can be transportable to these other AIs that come along. This is very important. Like the fact that you can pick it up and take it away and put it somewhere else, and you don't have to do all that initial work again. Must be very, very cool to know that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing, Keith, you can do is with, I don't want to get too technical, but with the ChatGPT, there's something called a custom GPT. And you put those, you save information into files. Those files can also be distributed amongst the different vendors. They're called markdown files, .md files, and those can be they're you basically create a little library of what you want the model to do, and then you can transport those over as well. I actually did that, Zakia, between ChatGPT and Claude.
Nice. Yeah.
I'm hearing a lot about for a couple of reasons. One is Claude ethically. A lot of people are moving over to Claude for ethical reasons. We can talk about that. But we know now that Claude is, it's ready. It's doing it. And I've heard from basic research that Claude is very, very good for writing articles. And I'd be interested to know what you would use Claude for. It's now a competitor. It obviously, I'm guessing it has a freemium model. You can use it for free and then pay for it, or how does it work?
It has, yeah, like almost all of these have some sort of freemium models. And typically what I do is I try it first. And like I paid for ChatGPT for the longest time. I'm kind of in the middle of making a decision whether to stay paying with ChatGPT. I had paid for Perplexity, but Perplexity, just FYI, I don't know if you know this, Sakia, but they changed their terms of service that if you want to use it for commercial purposes, you now have to pay $400 a year versus for the Pro whatever enterprise versus the Pro I was paying for, which is $200 a year.
Yeah, I
So
wasn't aware of
Claude,
that, but that's more reason why I won't go back to Perplexity.
I mean, I still use Perplexity. And Keith, my answer to you is, which software do I prefer? One that works, and for the use case that I need it to. And that sounds, I don't know, I hope it doesn't sound snarky, but it's true because I use Perplexity still for like search, because Claude can do search, but it doesn't quite do it the same way and as well as Perplexity. So if I'm trying to do research, I'm still sort of leaning on Perplexity. But if I'm trying to do, the one thing Zakia didn't mention, I think, is Claude. But and you can pay more for this, but there's something called Claude Code. And so if you're really trying to build something from scratch, you can actually use Claude for that as well. But I'm using the freemium version, and it actually created a little web app for me, for something I was trying to do. I'm like, I kind of even didn't really ask it to, which is what happens with AI a lot. But it sort of hinted, so you could do this in a like a web application, and so I had it do it. Now the problem with that was I couldn't do exactly. I wanted more control or whatever over what I was doing, so I actually did something in prod. They call it a project. So their sort of repeatable process in Claude is called a project. That's where you can store all of this information and reuse that program or whatever that you're doing.
Well, it's very cool because like you might have a central premise. For me, it might be images, say.
Mhm.
So and I've compared Bing to Microsoft Designer to Canva to dot 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 dot, and it's fun to say, well, this is what I can do in this site. But you know what? It doesn't
Mm.
do faces very well, or
Yep.
I can do this in here, but it doesn't do letters very well. Right? And so not every site can do everything. It's like a restaurant. You go to a restaurant, you go, like, I really feel like a pizza. Well, actually, this is an Indian restaurant. And I don't know if you know that, but Indians don't make pizza. Yeah, but I really feel like a pizza. Well, there's an Italian place next door. The guy's pretty good bloke. Go there and come back next week when you feel like Indian food. But we don't make pizza. Right? And so we've got to, I guess, do these things based on what we need. Yeah. And food's a good one because we often have people in the party that don't want to have what we have, and they don't feel like we have. But that's why those food courts exist, right? Where you can just have everything. But it's so we're still in software. This is very, very important. If you want to come up and speak, we can have 8 people on stage. We're talking about Chat GPT versus Claude, and by definition, possibly comparing it to Perplexity and the various AI tools which fall within the software. We'll stay here for a while because software is important. In fact, there's not a hardware version of the Chat GPT idea. You can't buy it in a box, can you? Or can you?
Not yet. Well, actually, okay. I don't want to get too technical again, but you can, for certain of these models, if you have the right graphics card, you can actually run some of these models at home on your PC. But that requires, Keith, a lot of technical. There's a lot of setup and a lot of technical stuff that you have to go through. So we're not there yet, I don't think, and I really don't think there's something called AI at the edge, and they are handing or not handing out. They're providing PC based. You can get browsers from each of these models. My issue with that is then, in essence, potentially, you are giving access to all of your files. And again, this is from a cybersecurity side. I wouldn't do that personally. I wouldn't, because it could potentially even look at your banking information and everything. You don't really know what it's doing, unfortunately.
This is a very good point. With the software, software is in the cloud, right, which is very cool. And another variation of this, and this is a good one to segue into, is that I use Restream for a very specific task, and that is that I like to multi-stream. Right? So we're talking about software and what we like. So Restream, which is part of a family of other sites that do this, is the one I prefer. They have a freemium model where you can do it for free, and then you can go up the line. And I think from memory, Zakia has this on a lifetime deal. Yeah, I'll throw to you on that, Zakia. I don't think you've ever paid a monthly fee in your life, have you?
I am. Chat GPT won't give me a lifetime deal. Darn it, folks. But which was that software, Keith? I had stepped away for 1 second. Which one were you saying I have a lifetime deal on?
A Restream.
Oh yeah, Restream. Yep, that was my very first lifetime deal purchase in 2019. And I've been hooked ever since.
Yeah. And so, I mean, it takes some foresight, but the great advantage of software, usually it's much more affordable. And second of all, it's in the cloud. Right? Hardware, we'll get to in a minute, is something you've got to physically buy, but you can touch it. I mean, I'm a very tactile person. Typically, I don't like to use software. I prefer to plug things in and be able to touch them. Right? We've all heard this story. Don't do that. Don't touch the fridge. Don't touch the fire. I would have been that guy that would have touched the fire and burned his hand, because I have to touch things. That's why much my sensory perception. Is it real? Can I touch it? Is it real? It's not real if it's in the cloud. Is it real? It's not real. I don't feel like it's real. It feels distant to me. It could go away. I don't own it, right? But anyway, that's a good discussion. Software versus hardware. We are talking about Claude and Jason, which is basically a code word for bits you can take with you. Yeah,
That's a great way to describe it.
I'm going to create a little hack, like a real world techie, bits you can take with you. I mean, who would have thought that JavaScript object notation? I don't even know what that means, even logically. That doesn't make any sense. JavaScript object notation. That's 3 words in the English language shoved together in a sandwich. That doesn't even make sense to me.
JavaScript is probably the most prevalent way that you do scripting on websites. So that's where that comes from.
I'm gonna change that to bits you can take with you.
I like that, but and that's almost exactly what it is. From the perspective that we're talking about with Zakia, is that stuff can be stored and transferred over to another model. Now the challenge, and I would love to hear actually how Zakia managed this, because now I'm going to have to do it, of course, because I have a bunch of custom GPTs in ChatGPT. So, and by the way, Keith, this is sort of this is going to become how do I put this? This is sort of the next big thing, for lack of a better word, is when you have a workflow. So this is making Zakia and me more, hopefully anyway, more, what's the word? So you're taking a workflow that's very manual and can be tedious, and you are putting that into AI. And then, now that doesn't mean you should not be in the process. Absolutely, the human has to stay in the process, mostly because LLMs can, what they call, hallucinate. But so this allows us so it's the same thing over and over and over again. Keith, like I actually have a tool, doesn't write the songs for me, but it actually helps me come up with the framework of the song. And I have to do that for every song I write.
Let's take, what is that?
Go ahead.
Right.
Yep.
Called?
Well, it's actually right now, I created a project inside of Claude to do that.
Oh, okay.
So it has all of this stuff that I was telling you about, these library of files that talk about songwriting, and they talk about storytelling. And so it goes through, it steps me through the process, and then it says, okay, this is all of the things that you need to put into your song as a lyricist, basically.
How are you going with that? Do you trust it? Like, I mean, does it
well
result?
It gives me what I need to then start writing the lyrics. And because Keith, I don't know how you work, but I can't keep all of this jumbled stuff in my head. And what would I do before? And so what this has taken the place of, Keith, many years ago, I would do a cut and paste of like a framework. And I would have a file, like a Word file or whatever. And I would just start with a blank sheet of paper or a blank screen and cut and paste that into the screen. And then I would have to go, okay, how do I fill it out? Well, now I can have AI do that for me. So it makes it consistent. And then, Keith, as I think you've probably done this, is even after you've written these beautiful words, but you want to sort of do a sanity check to say, okay, this sounds too, I don't know, too stuffy. Then you can say, can you modify this slightly to sound less stuffy? So you've written the lyrics, you've done all the work, but or I don't know, something just feels off, and so you can say, can you check this for tone or something? So these are more and more and more, I think, these tools.
It's like that. It's like that writing tool. What's that writing tool that says, "Can you?"
Grammarly?
No, there's a big one that tell this. Oh. The Kincaid scale. Is it the Kincaid scale, where they tell you, look, this one should. This is a quite poorly written because you have to be like a doctorate of philosophy to understand
Yeah.
what you're talking about,
Yeah.
which gets, I get all the time. Can you please write this so that a year 7 student, a freshman, I think you call it, would be able to understand that? Someone who's just started high school, they're 12 years old, they've got basic English skills, but they're not learned. Can you dumb it down, please? Is it called the Kincaid scale? I think it's called the Kincaid scale, where they say they base the wording of a document on how old you are. Right? I think it's called the Kincaid scale, and this is very, 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 very important for blogging, because you should really be trying to aim at a year 9 student, 3rd year in high school. Is that right? Have you heard of this one, the Kincaid scale? Zakia, do you write blogs? Are you a blogger?
I am, but it's well, if it's 9th grade in Australia, unfortunately here we're told to write for the 6th grade and 5th grade level. So
Okay, so primary school.
yeah.
So it's called the Fleisch-Kincaid readability test. I don't know if you've heard of this. This is a genius level product, like a genius level idea. And basically, there must be a piece of software for that. I don't know of one, but there must be a piece of software that says, okay, this is a bit too high level. Can you dumb it down? And they talk about active versus passive writing. The dog was seen to bark at the postman who was passing by, right? Instead of the dog barked at the postman. Right? Active versus passive writing. I'm guessing this tool does some somewhat similar thing. Then you made this up. You wrote this program yourself.
Yeah, but Keith, you know what you just did? I can now take this, ask some LLM what the Fleisch. Hold on, I just had this in front of me. What that is? The Fleisch-Kincaid readability score. And I'm going to say, write me a AI agent to apply that to my writing. Now, I don't know if I'll do that for songs, but absolutely, Keith. I mean, I'm going to look into it. And you do the research, then you set it up, and see, this is the power again. So I set up a project, and I create a file that tells me what this thing is, and then I tell Claude, apply this readability test to this writing, and suggest changes.
And this was written by a real person, like before computers, probably about 1956. But the thing that's really cool, because I think we've discussed this, is that I hate video editing and I'm not doing it. Don't ask me to do it. I'm definitely not doing it. But what I've done is I've worked out a way to write these really killer blog posts on Substack. Killer. Well beyond my personal ability. So I use Perplexity for that. I'm not ashamed of this because I'm sharing the knowledge I have in my brain. It's just said by someone else who says it better. I know this stuff. I just can't write it down. So Perplexity.ai writes this blog post for me, and I send it out on Substack for all the people that can't make the show live. And people go, oh, mate, can you spend like hours of your life editing those videos for me? The answer is no, I can't. I don't want to. I can, but I don't want to. And why should I? Why should I spend hours of my life or learn tools that do all this when I don't want to do it? But I love writing these blog posts. I love it. And so this picks up on what this other piece of tech that Richard has. I want to ask you, have you tried Richard's new SEO tool? It is a genius idea. What do you think? Have you tried it, Zakia?
I haven't. What it does, I think it's a really cool and amazing tool, but I had already used ChatGPT to give me that information on how to rank in the search. Like the way I work, the way I work with AI is I have it tell me how to do the things that I want. in its language, and then it gave me a complete blueprint for how to do that. So if you search in any of the, I would love for you to go in any of the chat tools and ask, what's the best soap making class you can take online? I guarantee Zakia Ringgold's Live Soap School will come up in any of those.
That is good. That's what you want. Okay, so you've already got a tool for it.
Yeah.
And Keith, this is I want to sort of put a pin in this. So what she can do is she can save that information. You asking ChatGPT how to do it. In fact, ChatGPT can
Tell
step
you
you through
how
the
to do
process.
it.
Exactly. Keith, it's kind of crazy. This is
It's
new.
very meta.
You didn't have programs that could tell you how to program itself. That wasn't a thing. Now it's at least somewhat of a thing. They're not technically programming, but you're setting up a GPT to do what she just said. So she can ask ChatGPT, how do I set up a GPT to do this ranking for me? And so when I'm writing it, right at the end, she says, and you can call GPTs from other prompts, but that's not important. So she can say, okay, here's my here's my writing. Check it for AEO or GEO and make any necessary changes. Boom, done.
You know what I'd love to do? I'd love to know if there's. This is so cool. I reckon there is one. I mean, I could probably do it, but I reckon I would love to punch a song in to its site and say, okay, based on all of the songs that I like, and here's my favorite bands, how do you think this rates with the latest Shinedown song or the new LinkedIn single or the new Papa Roach song, or how does it rank against Freddie Mercury's best music, or and okay, well, Keith, let's be polite, let's start about 4 out of 10, but here's what you can do to be better. The rhyming scheme is off, the harmonies are off, but you've made a good start. Doesn't have to be human. It doesn't have to hurt your feelings, right? But imagine if there was a Kincaid scale for songwriting. Okay, well, this song's not bad, but based on the music that you like and you want to write, I reckon you've got a bit of a way to go. Like that song Wicked, popular. You've got an awfully long way to go. I just did an Ariana Grande there. So wouldn't it be cool? Could you write a chat GPT for that? Could you write a GPT to say, here's my 20 favorite bands. You can see there's a genre style. Here's the song I've just written. How does it compare to the latest Foo Fighters song? Well, I'm sure you could. I don't know how to do it, but I'm sure you could.
You could. The question, Keith, and by the way, just so we're clear, these flipping models keep on leapfrogging each other. So, like you were talking, I think, about image gen. There's all of these model providers, and there's new ones coming out. They don't necessarily make the news because the big boys are doing things and they're competing against each other. But I'm sure you could do it. But to be frank, try asking one of the models, ChatGPT. If just to ask it in a prompt. Okay, here's 10, here's 20 of my songs. Can you tell me what? And I'm assuming the lyrics. By the way, some of them can listen to a track and actually give you the lyrics from the track, and then some of them refuse to do it. So that's another thing that's frustrating sometimes is that, your favorite model might not do what you like, so you try it on another model.
Well, the reason I asked this question, this is very interesting right at the moment. This is a very highly contentious discussion because I know a lot of musos using this. The band Velvet Sundown, who has 10 million followers on Spotify, they have written a series of songs, an album, loosely based on a band called Kansas, based in this. If you look at it and if you listen to it, they're almost a direct ripoff. So So I saw a video about how they did that. I was curious. Right. So that I do this with Perplexity and cross-reference it with Copilot. But so I would say, okay, how would you describe the music of dot dot dot? How would you describe the music of the Foo Fighters, of U2, of Papa Roach, of Led Zeppelin, of Iron Maiden? How would you describe that? And we'll give you a phrase. You punch that into Suno and you go, okay, can you use these words? But I want you to do it in a Led Zeppelin style. Wow. And there it is. Someone sounding like Robert Plant with the Jimmy Page solo and the John Bonham on drums. And then you got, bloody hell, where's Robert Plant? Yeah, why don't we just send it to him?
You can't do that with Suno.
You can.
No, well, you can say, what does pick a band. What does Queen sound like? And then get that answer from whatever model that you use, and then say that phrase or that paragraph actually. And then you can plug that into Suno. If you try to put the artist's name in, it won't let you do it.
No, of course not. But you can use Perplexity or Claude. Probably.
Yep.
I'll try it with Claude.
Yep.
What is, because for me, I mean, this is a very highly contentious topic. For me, songs are music with words, not the reverse. You know, the words, to my mind, are almost superfluous. And I know there's a very, very, very horrible thing to say, but to me, I don't even listen to the words unless I can sing them. I don't even notice them. I'm just sort of bopping along. Other people think that songs are words put to music. You know, I was in.
I'm in that camp. I'm in that camp.
I think I am too, and I think it depends on the genre. Keith, like a lot of rocks, half the time you can't even hear the lyrics, right? Or it comes, so you're bopping, right? Your head's bopping. But I really think it depends on the genre.
So in a band, this is what would happen. The guitarist would come in and go, mate, I got this kick-ass riff. Oh, you listen to this. Oh, man, I've been playing with it. I can't stop playing it. So he's playing this riff. Hey, I'm guessing, because I was in an all-male band, but could be, an Earl Gore band. So here's this riff. Let's jam on it. Oh, okay, no worries. I got it. The bass player starts and the keyboard player and then the drummer and then the singer just starts ranting, let's put this on tape, cassette. Let's put this on cassette and I'll take it home and next week I'll come up with some words. The music comes first. As you say, the audience comes last. In bands, the music comes first. The words just fill in. Now I know that's a horrible thing to say, but in the world of rock, most of the time, the music comes first. 60%. Please come in and tell me if I'm wrong. Please come and tell me that you're in a band and you write the songs first and then take it to the band and they just play the music. Please tell me. That has not been my history. So, someone would come to me and go, mate, I've got this riff. Yeah, let's just play it. And we're jamming along. We put it on cassette. We all take it home. We bounce it along going, oh, this would be working. I was a keyboard player. So I said, okay, well, that riff works there and I'll play a little bit of this and there. And there's a bit for the solo. And then the drummer does his bit and the singer goes home and writes the words. That's how bands write songs. You might not listen to bands, but that's how bands write songs. Sometimes usually the singer, sometimes the guitarist and the keyboard player would write a song and bring it to the band. They can write songs and play music at the same time. That's like two skills. Like they've got two brains now. So that's okay, but you do it differently, Mike. And the key, you would listen to music that has meaningful lyrics, yeah?
Yeah, and I'm just curious from Mike. I heard that there's been a change to Suno in the terms of service. Is that true? In terms of how we can use the content?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So we can still use it for commercial use if we have paid for a subscription.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, it's going to be interesting because I know, because of the lawsuits, that eventually, because of the Warner and Suno have an agreement. Now, it's not clear as to exactly what that agreement is, but my guess is what my understanding is that the artists, the new model that they're using to create, or a new model that they're going to use to create, Suno music, will use have been trained on Wagner or Warner artists, and I'm assuming that the artists somehow get paid by Warner or by the joint, entity or whatever. And so I think that's sort of how everything's going to get resolved eventually. Now, it's not clear to me. Does that mean we can't use the other models? My sense is that that's probably what's going to happen. So if you've created anything on Suno, I already downloaded most of my tracks, my MP3 tracks. I have to go through and pick through the ones I really am most likely even going to sell, and I'm going to download those in WAV format, WAV. And then if I need to, I can get that translated. But
Now this is a very, very good. This is a very good discussion. In what scenario? This is a very good discussion to have. I know a lot about this. You can create music with Suno, which is a piece of software in the cloud. When you download individual pieces, which Suno calls stems, that's just a word, you can then, if you want to, use a mixer to do the best. Now, this is what's actually happening. Bands that are very die-hard analog will say, okay, well, look, we might generate the song in Suno, but we want our singer to sing it, and we want our guitarist to do the solo, and we want our drummer to play the drums. But we've created the song structure with Suno. I know what's happening. So if my mate Mark, who is a drummer and a guitarist and a singer and a songwriter, he's not great at all of those. He's not a bad songwriter. He's not a very good singer. He's a pretty good guitarist and he can play the drums, but he's not a great drummer and he's not a great singer. So he might think, well, okay, Suno's bloody brilliant. I type in all these prompts and I get a song that sounds like the Chili Peppers. Yeah, but it's not the Chili Peppers. Like, you're not the Chili Peppers. So if he sent that song in, they're going, well, who are you? You're not, that's not you. Remember, he's an artist. He wants to write songs because he wants to be radio.
But Keith, okay, known, I'd have to look, but I've already seen bigger artists, right? It's going to get very, very, very complex because they're doing it both ways. So let's say I'm doing the vocals and the bass guitar track. Then I can load that up into Suno and say, in essence, create a new song with all of these other instruments, and you leave or even polish my vocals and basically create it. It's going to get very complex as to where the line is, and to your point, then you can do it in reverse. So you can say, you can have your DAW tool or your studio tool, in your studio, or wherever you have your wherever you're running that software, and say, I've created these tracks. I've created a guitar track, a drum track, and then I'm going to have my buddy here play the I don't know, accordion or something, and sing the vocals, and then you record that, and it's like I said, this is Pandora's box. It's already open. It's gonna be very complex because this is already going on. And Keith, you can take I don't know, let's say a piano track, load it up into Suno, and say, create a song based on this piano track, including the vocals. It's gonna be, yeah. Go ahead.
Did you follow the Beatles song? That one that they found a piano track in a cupboard on a cassette. Have you heard that? Have you heard that story?
I have not.
Have you heard that story, Zakia?
No.
So I don't know, 2 years ago, Yoko Ono found a cassette in a cupboard while cleaning up in the flat, and it was John playing piano, going, "Oh, this is just something silly. I'm just playing this out." It was recorded in 1977 on a cassette, and him singing in a very, very, rough way, with this lyric that sort of had a verse chorus idea. So this 1996, 1994, Now and Then it's called. It went to number one. It's had about a billion views. So the Beatles, Now and Then. So it started off with the little cassette that John Lennon did in 1971-ish. The Beatles had already split up, but they just did this sort of thing. And Yoko Ono found it. And they took it to a studio, and they first step, they separated the vocals from the piano part, because they were mixed up. So they separated them out. They sent it to Ringo and Paul, and they wrote the rest. And they created this song in 2023. And it's on YouTube, and it's had about 1 billion views. It's called Now and Then. It's not a bad song. Like, it's not a great song, but it's not a bad song. And but it's probably the only bit of John Lennon we have left. We, the collective world. So it was obviously written sometime before 1980 and sometime after they split up. Now, it created quite a furor. How dare you do that? Is that even a real song? But anyway, 1 billion people will listen to it. What do you think, Mike? Have you heard this story? I mean, what do you think of that story, if it indeed is true as I describe it?
I think the purists are going to have to let go of their purity, because I don't find anything wrong. Okay, so he recorded that back in the day. That was him. That wasn't someone else. That wasn't AI. That was him. And then the other guys, yes, it's to me that's a legacy thing. And to be honest, I think that story is really kind of heart touching, because in essence you're sort of resurrecting John after his passing. And I don't know, Keith. I get it, sort of, that, how dare you, blah blah blah. He's gone, and but no, would John object? I mean, inevitably, I'm sorry, the audience comes last, Keith, because if he did that and just didn't have a chance because his life was cut short, would he have developed that? Well, we don't know, but I'm like, really? You're gonna what? Who are you against? Are you against John for messing around in the studio or something? Are you against Ringo and Paul for doing that years later to kind of maybe honor John? I'm sorry, man. It goes back to the art, and if I just see it as a way to sort of memorialize John. I don't know. I don't know what the issue is, to be honest.
No, it's very good. I want to have this discussion. So the song is called Now and Then. It was originally written as a throwaway. It wasn't really even a song. It was just a verse chorus bump off that someone did in the morning after coffee. If you've ever written songs, this is how it happens. You have this idea, record, push, back in the box. I've got about 100 cassettes like that, hundreds of them. I can't give them. They are cassettes because I was a muso in the 80s. But, I'd get home from work and I've got this song in my head. Record. Tomorrow I'll get the cassette player out, or the Casio out, and I'll just bum around with that. And then maybe I'll take it to the band if it's going. And then this is how songs were written in the 80s, organically. I got a riff, I got a song, I got a chorus. What do you think? And then the band would workshop it into a song, which might get on the set list or hopefully on the radio. So he was just bumming around, and it's a very, very cool story. Like, I'm going to Google it now. And I followed it. I tracked it. Like, I was I was really talking very heavily about it at the time, and it went to number one as it would. And it's not an overly good song, but it wasn't a real song in the sense that they didn't really workshop it together. It was a verse and chorus. I would love to know if anyone's heard of this song. It's called Now and Then. The Beatles did it in 2023. And then, this is before Suno was happening, we knew that this was going to turn into something. We knew. Well, it's only had 79 billion views. It's not that much given that given the song, but it indicates possibility, doesn't it? Yeah, it indicates possibility. Would you agree?
Well, and Keith, I just played a little bit of the official video, and exactly they did it, at least that I can tell, in the exact same spirit of what we just said, which is really sort of a memorial to John. And you can kind of tell that it's very tastefully done, gently, so yeah, it might not be, a chart topper, but this, to me, I mean, this is what the art is about, right? Honoring, uh a fallen bandmate. So I'm sorry, but whoever's having a problem with it, they can go get stuffed.
Yeah.
It's just the way I feel, because my sense is that they are doing this to honor John, and so however you feel that way. I mean, to your point, there's so many different ways that music comes about. I don't know if you saw that there's a portrayal of the Queen song, that is one with the stomping, and I'm going to forget the name of it. Yeah. And how that, I'm trying to remember who it was. May maybe was, and they all, there's always fighting in a band, as you probably know, Keith, about who gets what credit, and so on, who writes and whatnot, and every band goes through that, I think. Um, but they, for whatever reason, he had this idea, and to your point, that's how a lot of these things start, is that they have a riff or whatever, and then apparently Freddie wasn't really into it at first, but I think it was May kind of convinced the band, basically, and then out comes that song. So I don't know, I really don't see, to me, the audience comes last. So it's the art, in my opinion. It's Ringo and Paul honoring a fallen bandmate, and I don't see any. No, I'll go and finish it off, but it had that same sort of, I don't know, 70s or whatever.
Yeah.
Well,
Sort of
probably
sounds a little
60s.
bit like it, Let It Be, or one of those
Yeah.
ballads.
Yep.
And look, it's
Yep.
not a bad song. It's not
No.
bad. But what I'm really fascinated by here is that the tech exists. Like, just think of this: a cassette in a cupboard from 1973, and someone had the foresight to separate the vocals from the keyboard part, right, which would have been impossible in 1973. And then they go, well, now that we've got the keyboard part, we can just amp that up, we can just double it and make it sound better. That's not hard. And now we've got the vocal part. Well, that's not hard to make it sound better. Now we'll just fill in the rest. We'll play bass and we'll play drums, and then we'll just do a second chorus. And then we might just do a solo and finish it off. And so,
Keith, it's like remixing or remastering, not someone else, right? That's technically a cover. But if the band, and technology moves on, Keith, right? So let's say, I don't know, that Imagine, they decide, I actually like Imagine a lot, but let's say, not the Beatles. This isn't a great example, but I can't think of another band off the top of my head that has a song like that. But if there was a song like Imagine, and the band's still living, and they want to remaster it, maybe using AI, or maybe using whatever. I mean, there's all, to your point, the technologies that exist today didn't exist back in those times. So what's wrong with remastering?
nothing. And that really picks up on this idea of software versus hardware. So,
Yeah.
At the risk of dating myself, I am going to share the gadget that I wrote my songs on in 1993, a Tascam Porta Studio. Now this was my prized possession. Like this was my number one gadget that I had. I love hardware, right? Because software didn't exist at that time, right? So imagine if we had Suno back in 1973. I might have been able to quit my day job. I might have been able to. Probably not. I just would have realized my lack of talent earlier. But I was writing my own songs in the spare room, and I came across the Tascam Mixcast 4, which I almost certainly do want. It's a Tascam's Roadcaster copy. I'm trying to find it now, but I used to use hardware to write songs and record things manually. I can't even comprehend how hard this was. I had to do the drum track with the drum machine. Right. I then had to play the bass. I then had to record the keyboard part. I then had to sing over the top. I then took that, because I can't play guitar, I then took that to the band and said, okay, well, what do you think? This is what I wrote songs with in 1993.
Oh, and you're recording to tape. That's what the right-hand side is, right?
Yep.
So you're laying down tracks on that tape, is what you're saying?
Yeah. It's called a 4-track. So it's and so I'm not embarrassed by that. That's all we had at the time. Like if we had Suno, I would have used Suno, but we didn't have it. So I wanted to write songs. There were songs in my head. I had to get them out. This is the Tascam's new version, the Tascam Mixcast 4. I mean, I really, 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 really want one of these. And you can see why. I mean, I had one of these. Now I want one of these. It's very easy to see why I'm desiring it, because it's.
Now, I'm assuming, Keith, that goes digitally, right, to either onboard or to your PC or something? What is it recording to?
This is actually a Stream Deck. This is the equivalent of the Roadcaster.
Okay.
Doesn't actually, you can record on it, but that Tascam has a lot of products like this. But to the point, this is what we had in the 90s. And this is what we have now. So, of course, you're going to use what you have. If I had one of these in 1995, I would have bought one of these, but they didn't exist. And my songs would have been 100% better. But I had to go to a state. This is a true story. Like, I had to go to a studio, and we recorded onto reel-to-reel tape. Even in the 90s, you were recording to reel-to-reel, and because the sound quality was so much better, right? And then I thought, can we move the chorus to the? No, you can't move it. We've recorded it. It's like live. It's on the tape. We can't. No, we can't. We can't. It's not. We're not in the future, Keith. We haven't got technology to move the chorus to the front and make the solo twice as long and do a coda at the end with this slash and drum solo. We can't do that. We've already recorded it, Keith. That's what it is. You can't.
So, Keith, hold on. So if you wanted to change things, my understanding would be you'd have to basically re-record, right?
Re-record it.
Yeah. Wow. Now, were you in the era of DAT, the digital analog tape?
Digital. Yeah, they didn't take off here.
Oh, okay.
Did they take off there?
Yeah.
We used to call them DAT.
Yeah, DAT. But I think it was more in the computer realm. I don't know. I wasn't into the music scene then. So
have you got any analog stories that you want to share? Okay, this might actually predate your birth. Like, I mean, I'm just.
You're a little bit beyond me there. Although no.
No, I mean, people poo-hoo what was, but that's all we had. Imagine living in the 30s and someone says, what, you got to change the song after every side? Like you play one song, 78s. You got to play one song and then you got to turn it over. Come on. I mean, where I live, you can just play, like, push a button, it plays for 6 hours. Yeah, but we're not in 1933. We're in 2023,
Before that, you had a cylinder. And those were very fragile too. When vinyl came along, that was a big deal because, I mean, you still had the scratches and all that stuff. But you had, back in the day, you had these cylinders that were very brittle, I don't even know what they're made out of. But the phonograph, with the big trumpet looking thing. Yeah, we've come a long way, baby.
Yeah. Have you ever been a hardware person, Zakia, or does the software sort of get the job done?
Yeah, software is my jam. Hardware, I think if I look around, I have a webcam, a microphone, the Rodecaster, and the Stream Deck, and a dog barking.
You got a Stream Deck.
Yeah, I have the Stream Deck XL.
What do you use that for?
So that's what I use to stay focused. Like initially, I used it to control my eCam scenes when I was live streaming. Just at the push of a button, I could change the scene. But now I have intentionally programmed it for my different states while I'm working so that I'm not so busy jumping into all the software because I know that that's my Achilles heel. And I can typically go down a path for about 5 hours completely off kilter and not get anything done. And so I have one profile for when I'm in thinking mode, another profile for when I live stream, another one for the repurposing, another one for publishing, and another one for resetting at the end of the day. And then my last one is a lab, which is where I can intentionally go to when I want to start playing with some of the things that I said I was interested in.
Oh, I love that. That's so logical. This is it, isn't it? This is the one, the big one.
Yep, that's it.
So software and hard I really, really, really want to pick up on this, and I'm so glad we're having this discussion. We're an hour in, so we've covered a lot of ground. And if just yell out if you need to go, because I've got a special sound for that. And we're going very analog today. So if you want, we can indeed rewind, because I know we can't all stay forever. So why don't we do that? Top of the hour, let's rewind. That's me doing my Mork. Mork calling Orson. Come in, Orson. That's another 80s reference. But what do you think? What are the key points we've talked about? And then we'll get into a second hour or play another song. We talked about software versus hardware. We talked about the idea that you can make your own GPT. Here I was recording cassettes analog at the time. I took a week off to record my song. A week. I took a week off annual leave from a job to record a song. That's how long it took to do. Bloody a long time. Now we can just make a little gadget that does everything for us. That's got to be worth discussing.
And Keith, I don't know of an analog version of GPT. What I mean is, we had back in the day. I don't know if you've ever heard of this, but in CAD CAM, in computer aided machinery, you had this tape that you could feed into the CAM machine, and so that was a program. So and you had to learn how to create this. So that's the closest I can think of, and I can't think of anything that would relate to the sound industry. But you could actually reuse that tape, not very often because it was a paper tape, but you could feed that into the CAM machine and it would do what you told it to do. So that would be the closest that I can think of that would be a similar to what we're talking about with GPT. But I was just looking at your toy there, and I can't think of anything in the sound industry that could, in essence, repeat the process. Do it for different songs, but repeat the process of what we're talking about with GPTs. And I think that's the big difference. And now, in today's world, you can mix and match those. So you can mix what you're doing on the analog side, that ends up digital, and then you can manipulate it with your software. It's kind of a perfect segue to the other one. But I did want to bring up, maybe in the next segment, but I did want to bring up this concept of why something can be better in hardware. versus the software.
Oh, that is
But for me,
that is
yeah, but on the sound side, I just wanted to cover this before we shift over to the hardware side. On the sound side, Keith knows I've been using this EQ software um, for a while now, and I think I first started using it with the Q2U or U2, what is it, Q2U? Yeah, Q2U. Um, because I wasn't really getting the sound that you can out of the hardware, and I didn't have the P4 at the time, and I didn't have the P2 at the time, and I have a big gas problem with the Duo. But I'm gonna have to get the Duo, and I'm gonna blame Zakia for that because she's here. But that I think, yeah, because one of the things for me is that particularly with Rode and the software and hardware that they've chosen, that you can plug any, which you can't do by the way with the Rode Connect, you can plug any mic into that, well, at least the XLR mics, that and it will, there's either a generic setting for that, or if in some cases, and it's not all Rode, so you could put a non-Rode like a SM, what is it, 7B, Keith, that's kind of famous, and there is a profile in the Rodecaster for that.
let me
So that
just pick up
that
on
get rid let's get rid of the soft, well, there's software in there. Unfortunately, this is not a great example because there's software and hardware in
yeah,
the
but
Roadcasters.
pick up on this. So let's pick up on the soft. This is exactly what the inspiration was for this show: software versus hardware.
Mm.
So the you're talking about a piece of software called Rode Connect, which
Yep.
is basically the software version of the box, right? It does everything the box does, except that you don't have to buy the box. Right? Now, it's free to use, but it only works with Rode products. And that's fair enough. It's a free product from Rode. They're giving it to you for free, but you can only use it with Rode product. So the software sometimes has limitations. So, and this is a very good segue into this, Elgato created a product called the Wave 3.0, WaveGate, I think it's called. It's bloody hopeless. It's really bad. Like, it's off the charts hopeless. And I spent like hours and hours on Friday doing this, and I mean, I nearly lost my computer. I just couldn't find anything, and everything shuffled around, and it just moved everything, and it took me hours to undo to get back to where I was. Really, really frustrating. So the thing I love about hardware is you plug it in and it works. You plug it in and it works. Software has so many variations. Granted, it's free or much more cost effective, but there's so many variations. Like, you can just get lost in the weeds. So I'm a tactile person. I want to touch it. I want to feel it. I want to plug it in. I want it to work. I don't want to fuck around. Right? And I definitely do not recommend Elgato Wavelink, or whatever it's called. Please do not use it. It really almost completely destroyed my computer. And I got it back. I mean, I worked it out. I just had to basically reboot, uninstall everything, and put it all back. But it just completely shattered me. And I don't know if you've ever had that problem, because that software that you use, even though you love it, it's bloody hard to use. Like, we've had a couple of goes at trying to get mates of ours to try it, and they just couldn't get it working. Yeah.
And Keith, it does something to your point, and this is what I also wanted to mention. I actually wanted to mention it before we moved over to the hardware, is that it's not just confusing in some cases, particularly, God forbid, like if you loaded up the CG or GG software, the Sonar software, and Connect, God forbid. I mean, dude, you think it's because what it does, Zakia, is it creates virtual things like virtual mics and virtual speakers, and it gets very, very confusing as to what's connected and what's connected to what. And then if you make the mistake of connecting another piece of software. And this is where, Keith, I think we're going with this, is that with the Rodecaster Duo, for instance, Zakia, or she has the Pro 2, she can set up whatever, the 2 mics or whatever, or in her case 4 mics, but she can set it up and forget it, and it just works because you plug in the mic and you go. There's no confusion about, okay, what's plugged in, and what am I selecting, and all that, because it's all hardware. And in the case of the Rodecaster, you set it up once. Now you still have to set it up once, but once you've set it up, you're done. You don't have to. She can have her her podcast studio or her streaming studio done. I mean, it's one and done. And I think that's the power for me. And I know you like to touch things, but the power of this is once you have it set it up, which I don't think the Rocasters are simple, but once you set them up, and set your sliders to whatever channels and all that, and there, by the way, there's some number of manipulation in that, Keith, as to what those sliders are actually controlling. But once you've done that and you've gone through it once, it's done. It's set. You're ready. You're ready to go every time.
Yeah.
And that to me is the power of
That's
the hardware, and particularly this type of hardware.
It's essentially what you're paying for.
Yep.
You're paying maybe for the name, but you're paying for this product which plugs in and works. Maybe it takes you a couple of hours to set it up the first time, but once you've got it right, it plugs in and it goes. So I'm using the P2. I just plug it in, turn it on, and I just talk. But there's comfort in that, because I do a lot of shows. Imagine if I had to set up my shows every week. Oh, and what buttons am I pushing? What settings? What's my EQ set to? Where is it? Can't find it.
And Keith, we just went through it. We know, or what you sound like on the P2. It's not necessarily true on unfortunately on these, because there's so many bells and whistles and settings and this and that, and then inevitably you run into tech problems. I'm not talking about the hardware now. I'm talking strictly the software, which I've run into, if you can remember. And I'm getting on the show and it's not working. It's very frustrating, Keith. When I'm trying to get on the show with you and work on sound, and then particularly there was one night where we were trying to do different settings, and I couldn't get it to work, and it's very, very upsetting, because I'm trying. I want to work with you, I want to work through it, and it's much more complex for whatever reason than it needs to be, in my opinion, but also on the hardware side, because like you said, once Zakia, or once you've had the P2 or the P4, what the setting is. You don't touch it, and away you go, and you know what you have when you're launching the show.
It'd be like going back to a manual car. I haven't driven a manual this century. I can tell you that for sure. I haven't driven a manual this century, and I won't. What does this do? The clutch. What a stupid idea. Put your foot in, and then you got to punch and chain. What are we doing that for? I just want to go to the shops. But if you love driving, then okay, put your foot in there, and all right, I get it. Oh, I'm getting it. I'm changing gears. Good. That's another thing to do. What a waste of time. I'm just going to the shops.
It depends on how much of a driver you are, Keith. The purist, this goes back to purism again, right? The purist would say, how dare you, like, I'm going to buy a Porsche 911 without a stick? Of course not. But then it becomes, well, what are you really trying to accomplish? Are you trying to, is your love of driving, steering and braking, or is the love of your driving everything, including the shifting? And getting the shifting right, when the automatic can actually shift better, most likely, than you can. So it becomes, what's your focus? Are you trying to beat like a lap time, or are you trying to do everything and kind of prove that you can do everything, as opposed to just driving?
Or you're just going to the shops.
Or if you're just going to the shops.
I'm just going to the shops. We need to get in the car to get to where we're going. If when driverless cars come, I'm going to be the first to put my hand up. If I would go in a driverless helicopter. I mean, I would put my hand up for that because I just hate driving. Like I drive because I have to go somewhere. I don't like the process. And to add manual driving to that process, that's just another layer.
Are you going to put your hand up for the teleporter, Keith?
Well, it probably won't be in my lifetime, but I've seen shows about it. I mean, it's a couple of 100 years away, but you know, if I was living 400 years from now, I'd probably be like Dr. McCoy, suffering from transporter sickness. But you know, it's a concept that will happen. You know, in the next 500 years, we might be living on the moon. But what about you, Zakia? This idea of software and hardware. At the end of the day, we just want it to work, don't we? We don't. You're not there to. You're
Yeah,
not
I
there.
don't want to know the bits and bytes and how it all worked. I just want it to work.
At the end of the day, that's what I do for fun, though. Like I do for fun, like pulling apart psychologically the P2 versus the P4. Right. I specifically bought the P2 because it works with USB mics. I specifically bought it for that reason. And the P4, which is such a good device, but you have to have an XLR mic. Some people don't even know what that means. They're not at that level yet. So I bought this product, not for me, but I wanted to realize that this product plugs in with the mic you probably bought at Kmart or at the Servo, because you can buy mics like just about anywhere now, probably at 7-Eleven, and it's cost you $20. You plug it in. Now, we've had people on our show with $20 mics, and you know we're trying to tell them, but they just sound terrible. But you can't tell them because they've spent $20 and that's all they want to spend. But they get a $20 sound. This device at least helps to sort of even that out. I mean, you could probably just solve that problem by buying a better mic. But I love testing this out for fun. For me, this I guess is probably what you would call driving. You know, it has occurred to me that if I, in a different realm, I could test drive a new car every week and go, hey, this is the Mazda 6. Give it 6 out of 10. It handles pretty well. It's got a nice stereo. The seats are comfortable. The tires look all right. There's a spare tire, a real one. I give it 6 out of 10, 30 grand. All right, tick. Next week, we're going to try the new Honda Accord. 40 grand, comes with a spare tire, has a nice stereo, seats are comfortable, drives pretty well, gets good fuel economy, 8 out of 10. Next week, I'm going to try a Jaguar. I can imagine doing that if I was into cars because I love testing things. But what I do now is I test tech. This is like the Mazda 3, and this is like the Mazda 6, and this is like the Audi 4. This is the Audi 4, and this is the Mercedes. Right? So I can imagine doing that, and that's sort of what you're saying, Mike. Do you want to explain to me what this thing about driving is? I don't get it.
Well, it just like everything, Keith. It's like we were talking about the purists with the Beatles, then and now. They're purists. Now, I happen to be able to drive a stick, and I learned how to drive a stick many years ago. At this point, like I said, it's what are you really focusing on in your driving experience? I would very much like to, before I move off this mortar coil, to own and operate a 911. But they have, in essence, even if you can shift it manually, they in essence the automatic, and I can't remember what they call it because they, all these cars are a little different, but they have in essence an automatic that shifts better and faster than you can. And in fact, some of these hypercars actually they don't technically have a transmission. It's complicated, but my point is that those purists will say they have to have a stick because that's part of the driving experience. To me, it's the braking, it's the power of the car, it's how it handles. One of the reasons I like the 911 is because a lot of the weight is on the rear, axle, so it handles a certain way. It has a certain amount of power. It's a sports car.
They're $296,000.
Yes, they are a little expensive.
What a fucking waste of money! I mean, come on, $296,000 for a car. That's more than the GDP of most countries.
Not quite, but no, I completely understand that, and it gets worse with the hypercars, right?
But what if you own it?
Multi-million dollars.
Why don't you just rent one for a couple of weeks?
You could just for the experience, but I mean, I want to go to the shops in the Porsche, man.
Then you're going to be one of those old guys going to the shops in the Porsche.
Yeah, well, I'm already an old guy, dude. So
'Cause we see you. We go, look at that guy. Like he saved up his whole life to buy a Porsche, and here he is. He's driving the Porsche to the cafe to get a coffee.
Yep.
We would say in Australia, "What a wanker!"
Yeah, and that's okay.
But
I'll accept that. I'll accept that moniker, Steve.
that's okay. $296,000
Yeah.
for a car.
Yep. Or more.
I just that's probably US price. I mean that's thrown away money. But if you love it, you love it. Where are you going to get that sort of money from?
I can't confirm or deny that I have that kind of money.
Wow.
I don't have that kind of money to spend on that. So,
Yeah.
to your point,
Yeah.
we all have to make choices in life, and so far, that's the choice I've made is to have, what do they call it? Delay gratification on the 911 Turbo.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's good. I mean, we all have passions, and I'm very fascinated by this because I don't get the car thing. Like I'm not into driving. I don't get it. I just don't get the car thing. I just didn't like. I don't like beer. You know, sometimes maybe I was born in the wrong body, but you know, I don't like beer. I don't like cars. I'm not a bloke. You know, don't particularly like sport. And you know, I when it comes to cost, because I mean, there's a cost to you wherever that money comes from, unless you inherited it. You've got to make it.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, but it does bring us back to hardware, like the Tascam. I don't know if you've heard of this one. Have you heard of the Tascam Mixcast 4?
You know what? I was looking for replacements for the Duo or the Pro, and I think this may have actually come up. There was a couple that came up as you know, competition. But dude, I mean, I already have the Rodecaster. I mean, the Rode Pod mic. I can't see. Yes, it's a little dear. Do you know what the cost is of this Mixcast?
This one is the equivalent price to a Rodecaster 2.
Okay.
Because it's a direct competitor to the Rodecaster 2. And in the same way that the Zoom P8, which is definitely in third place, is the equivalent of the Rodecaster 2 and the Mixcast 4 and the Podcast 8. I'm just saying it as it sounds. It's ridiculous. So the podcast,
if they were half the price, Keith, I mean, see, that's the other thing. I mean, you kind of get what you pay for, right? If and I'm sorry, but when Zakia gets on and I hear on her PodMic USB and the Rodecaster Pro, she just sounds to me, and particularly when I have my best earphones on, I'm just like, I have real bad, was it gear acquisition syndrome or whatever she calls it, gas. I'm very envious of the Duo is going to be in my future sooner than later, and then that's it. Then I'm kind of done for some amount of time.
yeah, it's very interesting. So, and to your point about cars, if someone said, "Hi, mate, can you test out the Zoom P8 and give us I could do that. I've got a Zoom P4, I've got a Zoom P2, I've got a Zoom P4. If someone turned up at the door and said, "Can you compare the Zoom P8 to the P4?" I could easily do that. I would be uniquely qualified to do that.
Yeah.
The other two products. and I would give them a very honest review, and hopefully they'd let me keep it. Right, and that would be my equivalent of the 911 Porsche, except it's
Yep.
$100 instead of $206,000. And then I could easily compare the Duo to the Roadcaster, but there's a lot of people already doing this, and most people don't know this. They pay for these things with their own money. This is almost as difficult as getting a #1 song on Billboard. Everyone wants to do these unboxing videos. Most people are paying for them themselves. And who's got a budget for that?
Well, the other thing, Keith, is that to me, if I was Keith Keller, or let's say I'm Mike LeBlanc and I'm following Keith Keller, I would want to know that Keith is not getting this. And I love you and everything, but I would want to know that you're paying for it yourself versus getting it for free from the vendor, because that could and may change your view. Or you might soften. Let's say you don't change it completely, but you might soften something. Whereas when you buy it, like what you've done is I can trust Keith's evaluation of the gear that he bought. I'm not going to trust it as much if it's been given to you. And I mean, again, if you're big, that's the other thing, Keith. At some point, if you're huge and you've already built a following, and you say, look, if you give this to me, you can sawed off if I don't like it. In essence, I'm not going to praise something I don't feel is praiseworthy, and that's fine. Yeah, but to me, I would just be wary of, first of all, of doing it myself, and trusting someone that is getting paid or is being given this stuff. Now it's a little different maybe if you rented it or whatever, but if someone's giving it to you and you're supposed to do a review of it, I would be sus of that review.
Yeah, but what did Rick Rubin say?
The audience comes last.
Yes. No, do I really care that you don't trust me? I've paid with my money. I don't.
That's but that's going to affect your reach, dude.
I've paid with my own money to buy the P4 and the P2. That's my money.
Yep.
I don't give a shit what you think. I've paid for it. If someone gave me a P8, I would test it. And maybe I don't think it weakens my brand. And I would test it and I'd give it an honest review. Right? As I have. Like I've given the Elgato a very honest review. I don't like it. That Elgato software. I tried it. I didn't like it. And I just said it. Like
no, but I understand what you're saying. I understand you could kind of care less about the audience to a degree, but if you're trying to reach people and if you want to have credibility, like you said, you already bought it, so that's your credibility. You bought it, you tested it, and you don't have to buy the Elgato, right? Because it's free, and you're clear about that, and everything is above board. I'm just saying, if I'm a consumer, I'm going to be trusting the guys on YouTube that are saying that this is all I did not, whether it's true or not is a whole nother thing, but that I did not, this wasn't given to me. I bought it, and I'm doing, a review of it. And what they do, Keith, and this is the thing, I'm assuming that their YouTubes are popular enough where they can afford to buy this stuff and do the reviews.
Yeah, well, that's the same. It's not, but they give that illusion.
Well, okay.
I want to pick up on a few people. Janine is calling in or listening in from Hong Kong. I just love this. I might just take a bit of time to talk about this. Where are you listening in from? Jump in and tell us what you're thinking. Janine is enjoying the show, and she's listening in from Hong Kong. Now, she's listening on LinkedIn. I got it working. And there is such a time lag between LinkedIn and Restream that her comment hasn't even popped up yet. That's how long it takes. But you've made a very interesting point. If I had to pay for this with my own money, I haven't got time to be worried about whether people like me. I mean, I'm paying for this with my own money, which is the ultimate like sacrifice, isn't it? I've paid for this with my own money to make a video so that you can get to learn what this is like for free. It doesn't seem right, does it? It's not right.
But Keith, okay, let's put it in a different realm. If I'm and you see these shows, you see these review shows, these car review shows. I can think of one in particular where the guy is now he's doing a review of the car, but he does have like all of the bells and whistles, so it's not really like a in-depth driving experience type of thing. Um, and he's done it for so many years. At some point, you just get a following, and that's it. And to your point, at some point, you don't care. And I understand what you're saying about what you've paid for it, so you could care less. But I'm saying part of your brand, in my opinion, part of your brand is the fact that you paid for them and you use them. Like you can say with confidence and with honesty and authenticity and transparency, you use the Q2U and the P4, the P2, and this is what it sounds like.
And you
To
can.
me, that's very powerful. It's very powerful.
I wish Samsung and Zoom shared your enthusiasm, because I have asked them, look, I've got the P2, I've got the P4, I've got a following. Can you send me the P8? And they flat out refused. No, we won't. We're not doing that. We don't do that anymore. So, it doesn't matter if I buy it and people like me. I'm not getting any more goodies until my next Christmas payment, So I'm buying these things myself. This completely changes my view of things. Like in a perfect world, I would have one of these gadgets show up at the door. I'm just putting it out there. I would have one of these gadgets show up my door one a month, and I go, guess what? This month we're reviewing the Zoom P8, and they're not bad. They're actually pretty good. I like it, and this is how I would rate it. And if you want to get one, they're not bad. Next week we're going to review the Rodecaster. Now, everyone would agree, even people at Rode, and especially people at Zoom, the Rode is better. It's a better product. It's also dearer, and it's also sort of a premium product. So you get what you pay for. They're not the same. I would say that. And that's possibly why I'm not getting any stuff sent to me. But look, I can't get excited about paying things for myself. I can't get excited about paying things for myself. Imagine if you had to buy every car you ever test drove. You couldn't. If someone test drove a Porsche 911 but didn't own it, would you still trust them? What do you think?
That's the point. That's the point. I wouldn't like if you say, Keith, and this is sort of my point, is okay, I have a 911 turbo and I'm driving it. And I drive it to the Cars and Coffee or whatever, or to the shops or whatever. And I see you and say, hey, how does that drive? Versus you obviously are renting it. Like you know that the guy can't afford it and he's renting it. And I'm not going to trust him. I'm not going to trust him as much as the guy.
Does he care what you think?
It doesn't matter, Keith. My point is, to me, if you're doing a show like this, it's about trust. So your audience is going to trust you. Now, one thing I did want to ask you, though, just popped into my mind. If you did, what do they call it? The audience or customer created content.
UGC.
User
content.
User generated content. If you did that, do you think maybe not Zoom, any one of these guys would maybe hit you up and ask you to do it?
If I got a million views, I would. It's like having a number one song on Billboard. It's very desirable. Extremely difficult to do. So, friends of mine have done it, but they first of all they love making videos and they're doing it all day, and second of all they've got millions of views.
Yeah.
And so it's all,
Oh,
it's all based on. I get it. It's all based on numbers. You got 1 million views on your YouTube
mm,
channel. I get you can set the terms. I've got 258 subscribers on my YouTube channel. You know, I could, if I worked really, really hard, get that up to 358. But it's bloody hard to get subscribers on YouTube. Try it. It's bloody hard, really hard, because everyone's doing it. It's been going 20 years. So Jim in Atlanta had the opposite approach. He says, mate, we do what's fun, and we build our audience based on the fact that we love doing it.
mm,
And if people buy stuff, well, that's good too. But we
mm.
don't do it for that. We buy it. We do it because we love it. Like, we love it. And we're having so much fun that we're just doing it for fun. And I don't like making videos, and editing videos is not fun. So I'm not doing it. But it is a very good point about whether or not people trust you. There it is. Look at that. Look how long it took for that message to come to Restream.
Wow.
Right? 7 minutes. That's how long the lag is between someone commenting on LinkedIn and me getting it. And
Keith, you see this, like, I'm in the comment section a lot on LinkedIn Lives, and I've actually jumped out of LinkedIn and I go to, as you saw tonight, I'm actually, I have a window open for YouTube because of the lag, and I get bumped out. By the way, this is happening more and more and more, and LinkedIn, as far as I can tell, is doing nothing about it. So I'm chatting away, right, and right in the middle of creating a chat, comment, and I get bumped out of the LinkedIn, the live, and that's happening to quite a number of other people. So, and it's a LinkedIn problem. It's not a Restream or a StreamYard problem, because the host doesn't see anything that they can't see, and it's not everyone in that. So it's not like just that LinkedIn for whatever reason. It's me. So other people that are on LinkedIn, it's not happening to. But what I'm saying is, quite a few other people are experiencing the same thing. So,
it's actually a good chance to have a break. We're coming up almost to 2 hours. I was going to play this because on Sunday night, 8 p.m., I got bumped out of LinkedIn. And I'm thinking, that coincides, because for 2 days, that coincides with my show. So I've promoted this show for the last 4 weeks, and I wrote a blog post about it, and now I can't do it. And I'm thinking, this is really silly. Like, I'm promoting the guts out of this show. LinkedIn cancels my feed the day before for no reason. I found a way to get back in. I said, look, what am I doing wrong? You tell me what I'm doing wrong. I'm not using any software. I'm just a guy in the back of his house running a radio show on a Tuesday afternoon. And you tell me what I'm doing wrong, because I'm trying to comply. Yeah. So I think this is a very good chance for a break. I'm going to play a song which I wrote for this exact reason. What is this new algorithm?
New algorithm, it's reading between the lines. No more noise, just precision, matching hearts and minds. What is this new algorithm? It's the rhythm of what we do. If you post with passion and purpose, it's gonna find you true. Check my feed this morning, things feel brand new. Posters shuffled, stories I never knew. No more chasing likes, no clickbait thrills. It's 3x stick goal, redefining script. 150 billion thoughts in play, learning what we mean, not just what we say. Every word, every vibe, every clue, all filtered through the lens of you. What is this new algorithm? It's reading between algorithm. It's reading in between the lines. No more noise, just precision. Matching hearts and minds. What is this new algorithm? It's the rhythm of what we do. If you post with passion and purpose, it's gonna find you true. What is this new algorithm? It's reading between the lines. No more noise, just precision. Matching hearts and minds. What is this new algorithm? It's the rhythm of what we do. If you post with passion and purpose, it's gonna find you true.
What is this new algorithm? I just wanted to say hello again to Janine, who's listening in Hong Kong. And it did take quite a few minutes for that message to get to me, 11 minutes, in fact. So I apologize for that. We do have quite a few listeners on LinkedIn. It's still working. I got it back. We do actually have the show going to Substack, but no one's listening there. And the most reliable format is actually YouTube. So please follow me there. The replay is on YouTube, and that's a very strong competitor. There's no lag time, and as Mike has said many, many times, he now listens to the shows on YouTube because the comments, and I'll get him maybe to make some comments, the comments come up pretty much straight away. Would you agree with that, Mike, that the comments are pretty much straight away when you do it on YouTube?
I'm going to try to find it again, but yes.
So what I'm really interested in is I'm sending this file to 3 places: LinkedIn, YouTube, Substack. Now, the point is, and you said this yourself, the audience comes last. Well, it doesn't make sense to me to do a show if no one's watching it. I might as well just walk around the house talking to myself, or, as we often say, talk to the rooster. Right? If no one's watching the show and hardly anyone watches the replay, I mean, what is the point? What do you think? What do you think, Mike? Is it you don't do shows, but would you do a show if no one watched it?
Okay. The short answer is yes, but it may be a podcast, not a stream. And I am thinking about that, by the way.
Yeah.
In fact, it may be the first way that I go public. I did a little test. I said at my clock it was 8:50, and it came back at like 8:51. But that was already, it's probably like 30 seconds, Keith.
On YouTube.
On YouTube. Yep.
Yeah. So almost direct. And so I'll see if I get that. Did you? Yes. Yeah, there it is. 8:50. Maybe 2 minutes by the time I get it. YouTube is good. I only found the LinkedIn by accident. That's a great comment, Janine. It'll be about 10 a.m. in the morning in Hong Kong. I'd love to hear what you're thinking of this, whether you do a podcast or a live stream, and whether you do it if no one was watching. So this is the other thing to talk about, Mike, the idea that for all that we say about LinkedIn's 1 billion users, they are just hopeless at promoting live events. I mean, no one knows they're on. In fact, I don't know if you saw this, and I'd love to hear from Americo on this. He did a poll. I don't know if this is a very, very cool question. He did a poll asking the question, how many times per week do you get an invitation to a live event on LinkedIn? 3 to 5, 8 to 10, lots. And then the fourth answer was, what, LinkedIn has live events? And about 32%, true story, about 32% answered, what? LinkedIn has live events? I didn't know that. Can you believe it? Like, people on LinkedIn don't know these shows are on. How are they going to find them? They don't even know they don't even know to look for them. They're hopeless. Like, they're really hopeless at this. It's not a site for live streamers. It's just not. But thank you, Janine, for finding us. I've actually sent you a link. I've sent you an invitation to connect. If you'd like to do that, I can send you the link and you can come up today or at other times. She is the founder of Filmart, which is a content creation, I'm guessing, strategy in Asia. Oh, I'd love to hear from you about that. So, Mike, I don't think LinkedIn's really worth doing. I keep doing it. I don't know why. I sometimes ask myself, why am I doing this? No one's coming to the show. No one even knows they're on. No one can find the shows, and they're almost impossible to find after the show. I mean, what's the point of it?
Well, let's go through the maths. So they claim how many billion?
1 billion users. 1.2.
1 billion users. Add out of those 1 billion users, 1%. I'm not good at math, but you do the math. 1% of a billion actually post.
Yep.
I have no clue. And again, Keith, everything changed. I forget when. Late last year with this 360 Brew, which is LinkedIn's proprietary LLM software. And half the people now, I will say, I only have 2,000 followers, I think. 2,500. Sorry, not followers, connections. But Keith, I'm tired of chasing your algorithm because I don't know. Like, I'm on Americo's show on Thursday. I have no idea how many people have seen, because I did a repost. I don't know what's making it go out to people and who sees it. I have to guess.
Let me pick up on this. This is cool. Like, Janine, I'd love to hear if you're using Substack and whether Substack is popular in Hong Kong, because this is the game changer. What I do is I get very robust stats to pick up on what Mike just said. I get very, very, very robust stats from Substack about who my listeners are, what countries they live in, what state they live in the country they live in, and what's going on there. And I'm so proud of this, I can tell you exactly how many people have read my blog and how many views I'm getting every 90 days. And it's a robust site designed for people who want to know. I don't know if you're using any of these tools. Why do I find this? Are you using any of these tools, Mike? Do you care who's listening or watching your stuff? Do you check? I'll just share a couple of stats here. So
Yeah.
what Substack does for us, this is on the app on your phone. This is a while ago now, but in the last, up until this point, this is a very accurate stat. I often get this number. So in 30 days prior to this stat, which was probably a month ago, I had 9,000 people had visited my website, my Substack account, and read one of the blogs. 9,000. So I'm pretty excited about that. And then I go, well, okay, where do they live? I can tell you where they live. I can tell you exactly where they are. In fact, there's a drop-down box that tells me in the United States, which is the #1 site, where do they come in from? California, Texas, Georgia, Philadelphia. Okay, well, now I know how to focus. What time is it there? I'll do a show that coincides with them. You don't get this stuff from LinkedIn. You get nothing. I mean, it wouldn't be nothing, but I mean, I don't know where to find it. I can't find this stuff. I don't know where to find all this stuff. So, are you using this stuff, Mike? Are you doing stats on Substack? And if not, why not? Because it's bloody brilliant.
Well, I'm right now, Keith, I look at them. Pardon me.
You're right.
What? I'm getting all choked up. You're getting me choked up, laddie. What I don't know if we talked about this. I didn't know that when I posted something that has music in it, it becomes a podcast, or the way I was posting it, it became a podcast. So I was looking at the article that it's in, and it's seen, like, let's say, for argument's sake, 35 times. So I'm just assuming, okay, that's it. No, that's not it, because if it's created as a music thing, music track with, they call it a video, even though it's technically not a video, that gets downloaded as a podcast. So that one that was seen 30 times was downloaded 65 times. So I don't know if you're paying any attention or if you have content like that, but pay attention to the whether it's a podcast or not. And the way you can tell is it has the little headphone things on the post, and pay attention to the number of times that it was clicked on, basically, and then the number of times it was downloaded.
Yeah, I don't do video content, so I don't have those stats. But what I can tell you, is that I do these. I love doing this. I just love doing this, and this fits in directly with the software that Richard from Go Brunch made. So I do a post, and here's a very good example. And then usually in the first half hour, it sort of bubbles along and it says, well, look, it's going, but it's not going very well. And you can see that it gives you an average. Your average post, it just sort of picks up slowly. Right? And then I try things. So at the point where it was about 160, I thought, let me do something. I might have changed the title. I might have put in a hyperlink to another article. I might have added an image. I can tell you, I can talk at great length about this because I know exactly what works and what doesn't. So I'll try things and I go, look at that. I got a spike. Let's do that again. I think my most successful strategy is changing the title. I might have changed the title slightly, or I might have added an image, or I might have hyperlinked to an internal article. I've got about 100 articles, so I hyperlink internally. That works very well. Substack has really great image generation strategies, technology. So I do that. That works really well. And this is exactly what LinkedIn doesn't do. I do something. Does it work? Yes. Good. Do it again. Doesn't work. Oh, shit. What do I do next? Oh, I might just go for a walk around the block and have a think about that. And then I'll come back. So that you can see that if I had to let it go, it would have just flatlined at about 160. And that's all right. That's not a bad number, but I wanted to try it and I pushed it out. And I'm pretty sure this would have been a change of title because that's what happens when I do that. Now, Janine, I've just followed you on Substack and I've sent you a message. And if you would like to come in, I'll send you the link to that. So hey, guess what we're doing? Here I am in Melbourne, Australia, live on LinkedIn, Substack, and YouTube. And I made a new friend, Janine Stein in Hong Kong. I didn't know her 10 minutes ago, 11 minutes ago. I didn't know her. Now we know each other. Do we know each other? No, but we know of each other. That could go somewhere. We could end up working together. I've been to Hong Kong. It's a pretty cool place. So this is why I love this stuff. This is why I do it. We're not talking to the same people every time. Every show is different. Every show picks up on different pieces of our history, different pieces of our skill set. But are you doing this sort of stuff with Substack? Have you got some stats to show me about this and what's working for you?
Well, to be honest, Keith, I'm not. I have been looking at it, but the approach I'm taking is more like the Rick Rubin approach, and until I sort of find my stride, so to speak. Like I started out a little too broadly. I have 5 publications. So one's about poetry, one was about cybersecurity, one is sort of like a diary, sort of about all manner of things, and then one is the Signature Soundworks, and I think that's 4. I'm missing one. Oh, the other one was, and I really haven't done much, was it's supposed to be a funny thing about job search. There isn't very much fun about job search, so I to be honest, I'm probably going to kill at least 2 of those.
Oh, you got so much time in the day, and you do weaken your energy by doing too much.
Yeah. So there's that, and I think well, yeah. I mean, trying to do too much too soon. I mean, there's all sorts of things that are wrong. Um, so I'm going to pull back, and then eventually what I'm going to do, Keith. So I'm trying to do this sound creation process, step it out in certain ways. So I'm still going to go to Bandcamp first to actually sell. Then I'm going to go to, at the same time, actually, I'm going to use um, DistroKid to not make money, but to get the tracks out there, right? And then I'm going to go to potentially, anyway, offer a paid service for fans, if I ever have fans. I should say when I have fans. I can be more positive. When I have fans, then they get to have like a early release access, and meet the guy that's creating these tracks and whatnot. And
What's
that will be
what stopped? I know because there's a lot of language here. It's one day I'm going to.
yeah. Well,
We've had
the-
like one day I'm going to. Make,
well, hold on. No, that's fair enough. Fair enough. What I've done is I've gathered. Well, the one thing that's holding me back, in order to do some number of these, you actually have to have videos. So I have to settle on a video creation tool, because Bandcamp wants that. Any number of these want visuals as well as the tracks. Um, so that's been holding me back. But I'm gonna really push, and I'm already like I said, I have signed up to Bandcamp. I haven't signed up to DistroKid yet, and I'm gonna start just dropping things. So you and others are pushing me to just say go do it, and you have to. To your point, you can't keep on talking about it. But at the same time,
it's hard to hear when a friend. I've done this a lot. Friends have saying I'm going to. Yeah, okay. I trust that you're going to, but you said that 3 weeks ago, and before
Yeah.
that you said that 4 weeks before that. So when are you going to? When you do it, let me know. I'm interested. I'm going to
Well,
make. I'm going to mow the lawn tomorrow. I'm going to watch.
in all fairness, though, Keith, one thing I haven't stopped doing is creating custom
Yeah.
tracks.
No, that's bingo. You did
So
something for recently, Deneen?
I've done a number of them, and it's for people that are in the circles that we travel in. Um, one was a gentleman from Nigeria whose name is Zion. He does a positivity podcast. Any I did one for. Any is a publisher. And these are I know this is sappy and woo, but this is basically a living tribute, because we don't know how long we have with people, including ourselves. So I'm wanting to write a tribute type song, to and for them, while we're all together.
Oh, I love that. Look, let's pick up on this. Janine is a very, very. I don't know if you've got any contacts in Asia, and I don't want to put words in any of your mouths, but I've just met Janine in cyberspace 20 minutes ago, and I'm having a look at her site while we're chatting. And she's a really cool person. Like, she's got a YouTube channel. She's making content in the Asian context. Now, tell us about what you do, Mike, because Janine has never heard this before. You make custom tracks for people using Suno. Let's explore that process. We're talking about software for writing songs. Tell me how you do it. God, this is very cool.
Okay. There's two basic types that I've been doing so far. One is for events, meaning birthdays, anniversaries, engagements, and for example, I've done just a number, Keith, recently for my stepson's wife had a birthday recently. My oldest daughter had a birthday recently, and my, let's see, youngest son had a birthday recently. So I actually did custom tracks for their birthdays. But I've done, and you probably don't know these people, so it's not worth saying who they are. But there was a gentleman that wrote a book about his daughter and her dog called Miranda and Max. And he, because I had written a birthday song for him, actually asked me to write a track for what was initially the book launch party, and he had a kind of collage of pictures about her and her dog. Then what he decided to do was create a animated video. He created the video, I didn't, of the characters in the book, and he took that track and applied the track to that video. That video will be played in his next printing of the book. He has a QR code that they can click, they can scan, and they'll go to that
Bingo.
video with my track.
That's very, very, very good, because we live in a world where just reading books or sitting on the couch watching TV it's very old school. Like I do like sitting on the couch and watching TV, but it has occurred to me I wouldn't mind being involved in that. I wouldn't mind being involved in that. So, Janine, if you'd love to talk about this, it's a very good opportunity. Mike is a good mate of mine in New York or New Jersey, and he'd be a very good lead for you. In possibly, I'd love to know if you're using AI to create content, or whether you're a diehard analog user. I'm really interested in this, because I'm almost suggesting that we probably can't in 2026 avoid using software and keep up. I don't know. I mean, name me one person who's creating content in an analog world and doing well. I don't know anyone, unless they've already been doing it. Stephen King might still write his books with his, at a piece. I don't know. But, people that are already established might be doing this. But if you want to get into the market in 2026, I can't see how you can avoid using this tech. And this is sort of
Keith, I get a little frustrated when people say AI, because what's Grammarly and what's spell check? That's a form to me of AI. So even Stephen King, I'm guessing, maybe I'm wrong, I bet he uses something like Grammarly or certainly whatever word processor he's using probably has a spell check and a grammar check in it. So all we're doing is just sort of expanding down the line, but people are like giving, and I don't know why I'm so frustrated, but they're giving not power. They're giving a picture that's not really accurate of what these LLMs are actually doing. They're in essence a very sophisticated autocomplete. And so how you use it matters. And I, to be honest, the cat's out of the bag, or the Pandora's box is open, and I do believe what you just said is very important. You will not, and it's not just that your job will get replaced by LLM or AI. I don't think, unless you were like a copywriter or something, and even then it's not that you will be replaced. It's that someone that has AI skills, that's a copywriter, will you will be released and they will stay. So in essence, you'll keep your job if you're AI competent and AI knowledgeable. That's just the reality, right? So and the other thing is, Keith, this is what I'm trying to get at, is that there are people that are already basically digitizing their workflow. So it's taking the tedium. And I'm trying to think, I mean, I know you don't like video editing, but that's not, I don't think they're there yet for as far as, using AI thoughtfully is key. And so you don't just, I'm just going to use I'm just going to use AI just willy nilly. And I think you said this, if you are not double checking what comes out of AI, you better be careful, because it will hallucinate and it'll say stuff like, let's say I'm writing an article about Keith Keller, and I go out, I see your LinkedIn, I see, and I've done this, by the way. So I pull all this stuff in, and then I'll say, okay, write a brief article about Keith Keller. Well, all of a sudden it has Keith Keller, becoming the president of Australia or something. I'm like, what? Where'd you get that? I'm purposely being a little facetious there, but it does do stuff like that. So you have to be double and triple checking, what it's writing. But that said, I think there's a lot of uses for it, like If you've already written something, or even if you need some help, you can, Keith, it's as simple as asking, I need help in, framing an idea. I don't know if I told you, I don't do this anymore, but when I was doing walks, I would go out and talk to ChatGPT on my phone because they had that capability. And I would say, I want to talk to you about subject X, not to come up with your answer, but I want to go through and talk about this and go back and forth. And then eventually I'd say, okay, kind of save this, and I'm going to come back to it, and I'm going to see what we talked about, and I'm going to write an article about it.
I'll let me pick up on this. I would love to pick up on this idea that without AI in its current form, whatever we want to call it, I don't think we can compete. And I want to play a song with this in mind. I'm having a lot of trouble with LinkedIn, as a lot of people are. Please come into the call if you want to have this conversation. LinkedIn feels like homework to me. It feels hard. It feels like I'm forcing myself. And I know that this is what sometimes content can feel like. And so with this in mind, I want to play this song, but I want to use it as a template for the idea that we can have workflow in a lot of systems, not just LinkedIn. So I think this really sums up what I think LinkedIn feels like for me.
LinkedIn feel like homework. I'm pretending to be my best, turning life into a network. Every post feel like a test. Smiling in the headlines, dreaming in the burbs. It feels like I'm selling my soul with clever words. LinkedIn sure feels like homework. I wake up, pour my coffee slow, scroll through posts that say just go for growth. Everyone's climbing, shining, aligning, and I'm still refining my bio line. I try to sound inspired, but it's tough. Who knew self-branding could be this rough? LinkedIn feels like homework. I'm pretending to be my best, turning life into a network. Every post feels like a test. Smiling in the headlines, dreaming in the burbs. It feels like I'm selling my soul with clever words. LinkedIn sure feels like homework. Congrats on your new romance. Type that lie with my own two hands. I'm happy for you, I swear it's true. Just wish I knew what I'm supposed to do. The feed says hustle, the feed says rest. No one agrees, but I'm still stressed. LinkedIn feels like homework. I'm pretending to be my best, turning life into a network. Every post feels like a test. Smiling in the headlines, dreaming in the burbs. It feels like I'm selling my soul with clever words. LinkedIn sure feels like homework. Maybe I'll rewrite my soul's resume, and still figuring it out under work experience today. LinkedIn feels like homework. I'm pretending to be my best, turning life into a network. Every post feels like a test. Smiling in the headlines, dreaming in the burbs. It feels like I'm selling my soul with clever words. LinkedIn sure feels like homework.
I love it. LinkedIn feels like homework. I think that, to me, sums up exactly what LinkedIn feels like at the moment. It's hard. It's a little bit sort of toxic. What do you think, Mike? Am I playing this out a bit hard? We might turn this into a bit of a LinkedIn bitch fight if we're not careful, but we're not happy, are we?
Well, I keep on saying this. I just don't feel, first of all, it doesn't seem like the content creator The I don't even know what LinkedIn is for anymore, right? And let me explain. So there's a couple different populations on LinkedIn. Obviously, there are recruiters that are looking for people. There are supposed to be job seekers, and then the third population is business owners. Like entrepreneurs. I don't know if it serves any one of them except maybe the recruiters. To be honest, it doesn't appear to be really serving the job seeker, right? And the small business owner. Again, because everything is so um based around the algorithms, and that they're very opaque as to what they are. And yes, of course, Keith, like you're saying, to some degree you can test, but the other thing is, I think unlike Substack, that they make a lot of changes. There's things going on. Different people, by the way, I don't know if you're aware of this. Different people have different features on LinkedIn when they'll roll things out over time. So if Keith over here in Australia is discovering Melissa from Kingston, uh, um, there are things that are happening in Australia potentially that aren't happening in New Jersey. So even if I go to Keith and say, "Hey, Keith, are you seeing this?" You might not be seeing the same thing. And then it just doesn't seem like I don't know if I think you were around with. I actually missed it because I was on other platforms, but they had LinkedIn audios, which were apparently very, very popular with people.
You
Um,
part in that?
no, I never took part in because I was over on I was doing X, I was doing X Spaces. I tried to get on and play around a little bit with uh what's the one? Oh my goodness, I can't believe I've forgotten. Um it's the one everyone was using for a while, but you had to be on a Mac.
Clubhouse.
Clubhouse.
Yeah.
And then I think I kind of missed the boat on Clubhouse, but and I think there's places for all these. There's some people that are still on Clubhouse, but the when I have a thing that I can run. It's called Club Deck or something that I can use on my PC to get on Clubhouse, and so I get on, and it's like a sewer, dude. At least the people what I was listening to, I'm like, what the hell are these people talking about? It's almost like X Spaces. Now maybe it was different back then. And if you know someone, Keith, like if you know, I don't know, if you have a buddy or someone in our group, our little community that's doing that and has has a clubhouse room over there, then that's okay if you already know them. But if you're just kind of cruising on Clubhouse, you run into all sorts of weird crap. So the whole point in all this is, I'm not convinced that LinkedIn is really there for people like us, the content creators, people that are trying to get a message across, unless you're going to pay them. And dude, I just saw an ad on the TV for LinkedIn ads.
Wow. I think the thing is, do you think part of the Rick Rubin idea, who do you think LinkedIn cares about? They don't care about creators. I can tell you that
No.
for sure. They don't care about me.
No.
Like, I mean, I'm doing nothing wrong, and I keep getting banned 4-5 times a month. I'm doing nothing wrong. I'm just saying hello to my friends and promoting a show that I'm doing on their site. I'm promoting them in a way. So I'm doing nothing wrong, in my opinion, in my mind. So they don't care about me, a creator in the back of his house doing a radio show on his PC. I'm not their target market. So in many ways, we are probably treating them unfairly in saying that they were never designed for us. LinkedIn was never designed for me. I'm not a job seeker. I'm not a recruiter. Never designed for me. Why am I complaining? I mean,
but Keith, but hold on. This doesn't fit you exactly, but let's say it did, just for hypothetical. Let's say you were doing a show and you needed a production assistant or something for the show. In fact, I kind of think you probably will eventually. Someone to help you out running the chats and all that. If that's what you're into. Well, I thought that was one of the places that you could go, right? So you're a small business owner or whatever, and you could say, hey, I'm hiring, right? And potentially find someone. Now, to your point, LinkedIn's bread and butter in the billions, I think it's monthly, by the way, is the recruiting. That they literally are making billions of dollars off of what they charge the recruiters. So of course, that's what they're going to focus on. And it's actually very confusing as to exactly how that's happening. And to be honest, Keith, I've heard rumors, I don't know if this is true, that Google is looking at potentially doing an AI-based job matching platform. If that happens, then LinkedIn's gone as far as recruiting is concerned.
We can pick up on that. I mentioned earlier in the show that you don't go to an Indian restaurant and order pizza. Right? So when I used I was probably one of the first people in the world to use LinkedIn audio events, maybe one of the first. So January 2022, and someone said to me, "Hey Keith, they've got this audio thing. You know how you're doing it on Twitter? It was called Twitter then. You know how you do your thing on Twitter? Well, you can do that on LinkedIn too. You know, you can do it on LinkedIn. Oh, well, can you? Okay, I'll try it. I was one of the first people to try it.
Wait. You did spaces
Oh yeah,
on oh, okay. I didn't know that.
yeah. That's how I started. I'll tell you. Hold that thought because I want to actually tell you that story. That's a very important story. So I was doing Twitter Spaces. I'm an Android user, so Clubhouse never really took off in Australia. But because Asia and Australia, we're really Android driven. So I was doing this show every week on LinkedIn audio events. They weren't great. They were a bit clunky. They kept failing. Surprise, surprise. And we built up a bit of a following. There's people here listening now that were listening there. And then in December 2024, with 10 days notice, they said, sorry, guys, we've decided to kill it. You've got until the 7th of December to wrap it up, and then it'll all be gone by the end of December 2025. No more. And I knew this would happen because I could see it sort of falling, and I started planning about March or April, and people going, Keith, you are making this happen. You bastard. You actually put it out there, and now it's happening. Well, there's two sides to being predictive. One is if it does happen, people blame you. You made it. You're just putting it out there for the universe to do it. Well, there's certain things that make sense to me, and this was one of them. It was definitely going to die. What I thought they would do was wrap it behind a paywall, say, okay, it's a premium feature. I thought they would do that, but they didn't. Hello, Zakia. Hello, Janine. Janine's got a run. She's in Hong Kong. And there's a funky little picture of Zakia on YouTube. So that's very, very cool. So LinkedIn had this feature called LinkedIn Audio Events, a little bit like a pizza in a chicken shop or a pizza at an Indian restaurant. Someone at LinkedIn said, oh, look, we might as well do it. Everyone else is doing it. They threw $1 billion at it. Let's throw $1 billion at this. And it might have been $1 million. I know it's just money. Big difference, but maybe not for them. So let's throw a bucket of money at this and we'll create a product. They actually this is a true story. They went to Clubhouse and they said, how much do you want? She says, this is $4 billion. Well, it's not worth $4 billion. LinkedIn went to Clubhouse, not the reverse. How much do you want? $4 billion. Well, I don't think it's worth $4 billion. We'll make our own. I might have made that up, but this is very, very true. So LinkedIn said, we'll just make our own. It's not going to cost us $4 billion to make a Clubhouse lookalike. Pizza in an Indian restaurant. So people were going to LinkedIn for audio events. Suddenly the Indian restaurant's got a little pizza bar on the side. I'm using this analogy very clearly. It's an Indian restaurant that sells pizza. It does Indian very well. The pizzas are shit. Right? LinkedIn does LinkedIn very well. The audio events were crap. And they just killed them. Oh, they just died. It just died a natural death because they were not very good by comparison to Twitter Spaces and Clubhouse and these other things. So when it happened, this is how I met America. So that's probably where you met, that's when you met America. America and I said, we're just going to have to find another thing. Now, this is where it gets very, very interesting. Restream, to their credit, said, we feel your pain. We are going to create, this is a very cool thing. I'll probably never stop using Restream for this one reason. We get you. We know what's going on. We are going to go to market with a LinkedIn audio events lookalike. We feel your pain. They created a LinkedIn audio lookalike just for us. I know that because I know the person who works there. And they said, okay, you're struggling to work out what LinkedIn can do. Well, why don't you come over to Restream and at least get that sort of look? Because this is what LinkedIn audio events used to look like, a little bit like this. And so when that happened, January 2025, I became their biggest fan. And I talked about them every day because all these people were going, mate, where are we going to go? LinkedIn audio events are gone. Where are we going to go? I'll come over to Restream. Restream's got this really funky little thing. It's a free version and there's a paid version, and we're rocking it. Come over. It's not exactly the same, but it looked a little bit like this, which is why I'm very familiar with this look and why I'm so dogged about not doing video. With that in mind, I want to share this story about Twitter Spaces, and please, let's have that discussion. Twitter Spaces were bloody brilliant until they weren't, until they became something else, a letter of the alphabet, which shall remain nameless. So in 2020, when we had a COVID outbreak, 6 years ago, we couldn't leave the house. Right, so I thought, oh, well, what's going? Clubhouse came out. I couldn't see the point of it. I don't have an iPhone. I don't have an iPhone. I'm not buying an iPhone to try Clubhouse. So I did live streaming with my face on, right? With my camera on. Had a migraine every night. I'm trying to manage 6 people on screen. I'm trying to manage this. I'm trying to look into the camera. I'm trying to look intelligent. Got to manage my background. Got to have a shave, wash my hair, put on a fresh shirt, and all of that, and manage the guests. Like I nearly died. Like my brain nearly exploded. And I thought, well, I'm not enjoying this. It looks bloody fantastic. I got it to look like The Late Show. Very proud. But it was bloody hard. And then someone in October 2021 said, have you tried Twitter Spaces? It's just like doing a live stream, but you don't have to put your video on. I thought, oh, bloody hell, that's a good idea. Geez, that's a good idea. Let's do that. So I got a Samsung S21, and I started doing Twitter Spaces. I did 2 a week for 2 years until Twitter became something else. And I'm surprised we didn't cross paths at that time. But what was your history with Twitter Spaces, and what do you think of them now?
Unlike you, I don't attach. I'm strictly into the technology. So the politics or whatever of the person in charge doesn't really impact me. I look at what the technology is doing and what the audience, what's going on in the audience. I don't think Twitter was okay. First of all, I was on Twitter like from not day one, but very, very early on. And it was, so I'm going to go back a few years. To me, Twitter was a way of going beyond Facebook, because I was using Facebook strictly for family and friends. That was it. I wasn't looking to do anything else with Facebook. But to me, Twitter was, okay, I can post about anything and I can go find stuff about anything, and I will blop down stuff, and that was when it still had the, what was it, 120 character limit. So you couldn't, unfortunately, which I, as you know, I like to get a little verbose. So I found that restrictive. It got better when it was 240. But over time, what's happened is, because of gaming the system and everything else and bots and this, that, and the other, and then the politicization, and on and on. It just got to for me to the point where um, I that wasn't necessarily where I want to play. But right around the same time, and I don't remember if it was still Twitter or it had gone over to X. I can't really remember. But unlike you, I got into it later in the game, and again, I was very focused on what I was, jumping in on. I unfortunately, the ones I did jump in on, or some of them, became a bit of a much like much like my clubhouse experience was that there were certain personalities or whatever, and they were the ones that were running the stage, right? And it was like a free for all almost. And I'm like, well, nah, I'm too old for this. And it's the same reason I don't like Clubhouse. Uh, is that if you're just surfing, so Keith, if you and I decided to start a Clubhouse room, and I know you don't want to necessarily do this, but if we did, and it was just you and me, and we had like a show like this, but we weren't restream, we just had a Clubhouse, I would probably be okay with that, and have kind of a circle of friends, if you will, like we do here, that we would bring up on stage and just talk about that. But part of the problem is, I mean, then you're really in. Well, I mean, if you will have to bring a lot of people. So let's say, because I've been on some really crazy, uh, not Clubhouse so much, but spaces. I've been in spaces that have thousands of, or at least 1,000 people, and it's a different. Yeah, when you're in a space with 1,000 people, it's a different vibe. So, and I've been on those, and including, I think I was actually in one that Elon did. I was on one of the ones that Elon was a space, in a space, and I think it bombed after a couple minutes or whatever. Anyway, but there was the ones I was involved in, and like I said, when I was just surfing spaces, it became pretty toxic. So I'm like, okay, I'm out. And I think that was actually before it became X.
Have you ever run a show? Have you ever have you ever made content other than the songs?
Yeah, well, a lot of articles and stuff. Yes, I mean,
Articles? Yep. Cool. Yeah.
yeah, but to be honest, Keith, and I'm still, I guess, soul searching as to, I felt I didn't really have anything to say except in cyber. And I've posted quite a bit about that all over LinkedIn. I was very active on LinkedIn about cyber. Um, I've written poetry forever, but I didn't really ever publicize it. And I've written quite a bit internally, like technical papers and whatnot. But again, I never really published. Um,
What you're doing there is very interesting, because I want to share these stats again. I can't see, personally, I cannot see the point of doing something if no one sees it.
mm,
I don't believe that the right people will see it eventually. Just trust that the universe will put these people together. I don't believe that bullshit. I don't believe it. I want to know. So I do these shows on Substack. Like, there's no one listening on Substack at the moment. Not a single person. You got to ask yourself, why am I doing it? What? It's not that hard to add, but it did take me a bit of time to work it out. It's not hard to add, but why am I doing it? No one's there. There's no one there. What am I doing? I'm talking to myself. But with the blog posts, which I quite like doing, I'm getting like 200 views on every blog post and about 9,000, 10,000 views over 30 days. Now, this might be dopamine, but this just makes more sense to me. I'm doing the show on Substack, but we're talking to ourselves. There's no one there. Why are we doing it, Mike? Well, why would you do it? No one hears it. No one sees it.
but let me explain, or at least from my perspective, why Substack is missing it right now. You can't natively, like you're saying, you can't bring people more than, what is it, 3 up on stage. So they haven't, and I don't know, I think we talked about this before. Once you you are the dopamine hit broadcast stream wizard. That's not apparently what getting back to, who's the audience, or who are they trying to serve. They apparently want to serve people that are creating lives, but not really for the live. It's not the live. Yes, you can do it, but it's the repurposing of that live. Because I can't tell you how many people that I've subscribed to that I watch their lives, but not while they're live. I can't be on everyone's live at the same time. I can't watch it live. So, and this is just what I'm thinking, is that they're thinking, Substack is thinking that, eventually you'll have lives, but they'll be part of a paid subscription, right? And again, I think they're promoting this too, and I think that's why you could only do it on your phone first. And like you have, Lachelle that was doing it, and now Coach Carey and all these other people are doing it. I don't know if Zakia is doing it, but people are doing it, but it's not really for the lives. I don't think that's their focus. I think their focus is that becomes, for lack of a better word, an asset that then becomes something that is consumed later.
I mean, it is true that, I mean, separate to what I believe, I am a little bit unique in this regard. Most people love video. Most people
Mm.
like short videos, and they will watch a 1 minute video where they might not watch a live stream. But I can tell you for sure, Mike, I'm really interested in this story. I never watch replays. Never. I can tell you for sure, never. And I remember once someone said, the equivalent of the Super Bowl in Australia is called the Grand Final, the AFL Grand Final. And a friend of mine said, "You know what? I watched the game the next day again." And I said, "Why did you watch a game of sport the day after, knowing who won?" And she says, "I just wanted to watch how everyone was playing. And I examined all the kicks and the goals and the tackles, and I just wanted to see how it was going. And I took my time." I said, "I've never heard of that. I've never heard of someone watching a replay of sport. What's the point? You already know who won, unless you don't know who won. You already know who won the game. Why are you watching it? We're watching it because we want our team to win, right? I'm
Oh,
guessing."
Keith, 90. I'm just going to lay it out for you. And again, we all consume things differently, but I would say probably close to 90% of my YouTube viewing is after. I don't watch, and again, part of it is, dude, I can't even tell you how many subscriptions I have on YouTube. I can't watch them all live. And most of them are really about the content of yes, there are certain things that happen on live, and to some degree, if they're paying attention, and it really depends on the type of show. If they're paying attention to the chats, like there are a few shows that I'll get on, and I will, I'm active on LinkedIn, YouTube, sorry, on YouTube, that I will actually comment in the, live on the comment section. But to be honest, like I said, about 90% of my viewing on YouTube is after. Now,
Can I pick up
some
on this?
amount of them are live. Go ahead.
I'm really interested in this. Why would you do that? Why are you watching all these lives? Because they're interesting. Because the people have something very fascinating to say. Well, I don't understand this. I don't know. I don't know why people are doing this. I don't this myself. I want to know, why are people watching all this stuff on YouTube? What's so fascinating about it?
For information. Let me just actually pull up. See if I can. Give me a second,
Yeah.
because like I said, I can't tell you how many subscriptions I have. It's ridiculous. And they're all, varying degrees. Like I have you. I have Gabe, Unwrap Love. I have
America.
do I have Americo? Who's top? Oh, the top attorney, the music attorney lawyer. Um, let's see. I mean, it just goes on, on and on. I have so many, it's not even funny. Um, and to your point, so why? Because I'm interested in the actual um, uh, subject. So I'm not really interested as much as I'm interested in, um, the information. Like, Curtis Brooks has been on here. I watch. I'm subscribed to him, but I I can't watch everything live. Um, there's I don't know if you know what the Babylon Bee is. I mean, really it goes on and on and on. I have so many different ones. And Russell Brand, I don't know if you know who he is. Um, there's a podcast by these rich cats out in California that are all billionaires, I think, called the All In Podcast. Timothy Hughes, I think. He's a big player, but I'm subscribed to him. There was a hacker one. Again, there's just I don't even know how many I have. But what I do, and I don't watch them
You
continuous.
I'm just wondering when you fit it in, because you don't. Obviously, I'm guessing you just don't watch TV.
Ooh. Not yet. Generally, no. No.
Don't you sit down on the
Um,
couch, have a cup of tea with wifey, and just
with the wifey on occasion, but dude, this is a sad thing. I literally we have all these stupid channels. I mean, I can't even tell you how many, how many, so we ordered something called Optimum over here, which is fiber based. And so I have really good internet now. So I'm glad about that. But dude, I literally have probably, I don't know, 300 or 400 channels all in, including HBO and Netflix and all this other stuff. And it's crap. The majority of it is crap. It's sad to say. I was like, all these channels and nothing to watch.
probably that was a Pink Floyd song. You probably can't decide either. Like this is a very interesting point, and I'm going to bring Bez in on this. Carol and I have a very specific pact when it comes to television. My wife is uniquely positioned to be the number one hater of paying for TV. Like, she just get us started. She'll just talk about it for hours. She firmly believes we're being ripped off for having to pay for TV. So she goes, but my concession to you, Keith, because you don't seem to agree with this, is we're going to have one channel. One. At the moment, it's Netflix. Right? We can watch Netflix every night for 5 years and not run out. There's so many shows there, and they're good. But when we do run out, we switch to BritBox. But we can't have both. We can't have BritBox and Netflix, because that's two lots of $10 a month, which she definitely disagrees with. So we have Netflix for, say, this year, Netflix for 2026. We're currently watching Stargate and Bones, and we alternate that depending on our mood. And on Saturday night, we might watch a movie. But like, our routine is very different. Like, Carol goes to work all day. She comes home. She likes cooking, so she does the cooking. And then we sit down for an hour or two together on the couch with a cup of tea. No work, no podcast and incineration, of the brain. It's 8 o'clock at night. It's too late to be digesting big concepts. So we sit down, we have a cup of tea and a donut, a biggie. And then I'm surprised people don't do this. I mean, what are you doing with your time? And don't you spend time with your wife? I mean, you got all this time, you're watching YouTube. I mean, I'm putting words in your mouth now, but if you've got 400 channels to choose from, you probably can't decide what to watch.
That's part of it. I mean, to your point, like, I'm trying to remember. There was a few shows that my wife and I would watch together. And I can't believe I'm forgetting all of them, but one of them was the show about the mobsters in New Jersey, which I'm forgetting. So we would watch a few of them religiously. Like right now, we're watching this one. I don't remember what channel it's on, but it's called The Pit, and it's about an ER. In fact, it's one of the main characters is from the original ER. But anyway, so there's a few that we enjoy watching together. But by and large, like, she likes to watch the news a lot. I'm depressed by the news, so I don't tend to really enjoy watching the news together. And then when it comes to, she's into her choices in movies and in just general TV are different than mine. Like, she's fine watching a show a show on shopping or something, like the or whatever. It's just it's different strokes for different male and female. I think like she doesn't like watching my car shows.
And there's
It's
nothing.
velocity or whatever. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just we don't. I now can I watch a sewing or shopping show? Yeah, of course, but I would be bored out of my skull.
What about something
Uh,
in the middle? Isn't there something in the middle?
um,
A shopping show about cars or a guy in a car to go.
no, we did. That was a whole. Don't even get me started about car shopping, new car shopping in the United States. I don't know. Maybe it's the same around the world, but I got really rabid on one of the because we had bought a car previously, and then we went down, and it's about trust, in my opinion, with sales. And Bez can step in here. I'm very interested to hear what he has to say. But so we go down. We had already bought. It's a Toyota dealer, and we had already bought a Toyota previously from them. And so we go down, and we had already kind of worked out pricing. Yeah, 400 channels, nothing to watch. And so we had worked out the pricing, and all of a sudden, they say no, you can't buy it with something called quote unquote an appearance package. That appearance package costs all in $3,000. And I'm like, excuse me? Oh, and so the GM of sales comes around. He says, yeah, we don't sell cars without that. I said, okay, we're leaving, and we did.
What is it? What is it?
It's called the appearance package. And again, this is a RAV4 that we're buying, Keith. And I know you don't care, but it had pinstriping on a car that has no business having pinstriping on. It looked horrible.
Why would they make you pay to look for a car?
Well, they're not paying. Well, we're paying in gas to go down and make a deal. And they said, no, we're not. They had given us a price. And you understand that there's taxes and all that stuff. So it's another couple grand, and we're fine with that. But all of a sudden, then they wanted to add $3 more grand. And we're like, okay, we're done.
What do they call it? An appearance package. What does that word mean?
Okay, so they put some nonsense covering to make it more protected against scratching. So that was like a couple $100. The pinstriping was a couple $100, and I don't remember what all was in the package. But like, we don't want any of that. We're coming down to you, and we're buying, by the way, a specific model because it has everything already. I don't know if you buy cars like this, Keith, but we're getting older, so we want it more comfortable, and so it's called the Limited, and that's sort of top of the line. So we're buying it specifically. We're shopping specifically, by the way, online, which we did, and we got this price from them. It's basically a bait and switch. And so anyway, there are, by the way, you can.
You guys live in a different world. I mean, I can't even understand what you're talking about. But let me just decode for the non-Americans in the room. It sounds to me like you agreed to buy a car, and then they put another $3,000 on for appearances.
Yep.
Which made, in their opinion, the car look better. But you didn't opt into that, and you didn't agree to that, and you actually didn't want it, and they wanted another $3,000. So you walked out of the room and didn't complete the sale. Is that what you said?
Correct.
Bingo! I could be a translator. What
decoding Mike's Americanism?
I can't believe how hard that was to understand.
I think, Keith, I don't know, maybe they do it in Australia, but this is almost like a given, unfortunately. And you really have to go in with knowing exactly what you want, and it's, dude, I can't. It's so skeevy to me. I want to hear what Bez has to say, because I was actually not overly upset, but I'm like, I don't want to buy a new car again. It's that bad. It's not fun.
So what would you like me to help you with?
Yeah, well, just jump in. What did you hear, and what do you want to pick up on?
We're talking about car sales, and that's why I always buy a used car and let someone else pay depreciation.
Up on that. What are you thinking? You always buy a used car. Tell me why you do that.
Because the first 3 years cars depreciate a lot, and actually you drive it off the lot and it depreciated quite a bit. So you don't pay. You can get a pretty good car without much mileage if you make sure you do your due diligence, right? And that means you may have to like this happened to my daughter. She went to buy a used car and it was all nice and dandy. I go take it to a mechanic, have them run all the diagnostics, and have them put it on up on a lift so they can look under and tell you anything. And sure enough, they found a few things, and the person admitted it, and they said, "Hey, I'll knock off some money. Here's," and the mechanic said, "Well, yeah, for the price and all this," and it was an independent mechanic. So, but had she not done that, he would have. The person wasn't really coming forward. The car was priced extremely well. That's why she was interested. But you gotta disclose these things. But if you don't have an independent mechanic check it out, there's things that could, just not go well. And
Why
it's
buy
just
new
like
cars.
anything.
That's why
Huh?
people buy new cars. We
Yeah.
would never buy a used car ever again, ever. Like I bought used cars for years and years and years and years, and then 2 years down the track, you think, "Fuck, the muff was rusted, or the radiator's gone." All these problems happen like just out of sight of the warranty.
Well, here's what you have to realize, depending what car it is. But here's what I would tell anybody: read the consumer reports. They are 100% accurate. Okay, they just don't pick up one car. They do a lot of, what, they do a lot of research. And I'll give you an example. In 2000, or a little, maybe 2005 or something like that. Maybe after, I don't know, somewhere in the 2000s. I was debating, I was going from minivan. I'm like, I hated that thing, right? Not hated, but I'm not a minivan guy. I'm that's not the cool look I want, Anyways, I was at a crossroads where we needed to get a new car or a used car. And I was looking at a Ford Expedition because, I got 5 in our family, and we need a, car. We do a lot of traveling. So, Ford Expedition was available, plenty of room, but there was this 2000 Land Rover Discovery. It was called the Discovery 2. Oh, and I was like, the same price. 20,000 for a foo looking car, one of these cars that man, it says something. Well, I thought so at the time. So I looked at the consumer reports, and it said, "Oh, they're always in the shop. They break down, and it's expensive to fix. It's a European car. These cars, you breathe on it wrong." I mean, and it told you what would go wrong. It told you how much it will cost you. And you know what? My thick head went ahead and went against the consumer reports, and everything they said was 100% right. I got to know my Land Rover mechanic very well because there's not a lot of them. There's sort of select few. If you buy used cars, there are some cars you do want to buy the service or maintenance package with them, or whatever, because it's like if you buy a BMW, oh my goodness, forget it, or a Mercedes Benz, they're pretty changing the brakes, like some of these cars have special tools that you can't DIY it and pop up YouTube or try to be weekend mechanic. It just doesn't work that way. But yeah, I mean, if you do your research, and if you take a mechanic and you actually have them run a diagnostic on it, a full diagnostic, and pay the money, you'll know what you're getting. Okay. And then you make your decision and think what price you can get good deals, but a lot of people don't do the diagnostic part. and take a mechanic because that's a lot of work and it costs you money, but it's
I
well
love
worth it.
militarycivilianemployee.com. Our friend Melissa from Kingston, Ontario says, I'm with you, Mike. I bought 2 new cars in my life and never again. I'd love to know why that is. I will never, ever, ever buy a used car ever again. Ever. Because I've had so much trouble with that bullshit that happens behind the scenes. With a brand new car, sure, you pay extra, but it's got a 5-year warranty. Anything goes wrong, just take it back. Anything goes wrong, put it in for a service. Sure, it costs money, but that's what money's for. And maybe I'm being a bit flippant about that. You drive out of the car, Mazda 2023, brand new. We own it. No one's fucked around with it. No one's done anything to it. I'm not really into cars. I just want it to go. And it's very embarrassing when it doesn't go. Right? And I've been to gigs. I've been on the way to a gig and the car broke down. And I've got to be on stage in like 45 minutes and I can't get there because the 1976 XC Ford Falcon station wagon just dropped a diff. When I can't be bothered with that, I've got to be on stage in 45 minutes from now. Right? I missed the gig. How come we missed the gig? I can't be bothered with that. I want to get in the car and I want it to go. And one of the best ways to do that is buy a new car with a 5-year warranty. Sure, you cost more, but that's what money's for. I'd love to hear your thoughts, Melissa, on this. Why would you never buy a new car again? Are you with me, Mike, on this, or have you sometimes bought used cars and you know what to look for and you like the bargain? What do you think?
Okay, couple things. First of all, what I was trying to describe very, very briefly is bait and switch. So you're led to believe that you're getting a car at a certain price. This car, right? This particular VIN number, even, right? So you're going down. I want to buy the car. I want to pay, and we're not gonna finance it, right? So that's where they make a lot of money too. So we're not their ideal customer, but who cares? So I'm going down to buy that car, and they've advertised it at this price. And again, you have to add taxes and DMV charges. I don't know what you call it in Australia, but there's another couple grand, right, in charges. That's what I'm expecting to pay. Well, then, like I said, without any notification, of course, there's something very, very fine print that says something about dealer or whatever, but they don't mention any dealer add-ons. And by the way, in the United States, Keith, they have something, I think it's called it starts with an M, but there's a sticker that you get, and it's what's coming on that vehicle from the factory, all of the options, everything. So that's kind of what you're expecting to get when you go down there. Well, the sales manager says you can't buy that with like that. We are going to charge you basically $3,000 more for all of these things that we're adding on. So that's the new car. That's one of the problems, in my opinion, in the US with new car buying, is that it's kind of a thing, and Bez can tell me if I'm full of crap, but I think this is generally done, and maybe more in the Northeast, maybe than other places, maybe more in California than other places.
Good on
Maybe
you.
they don't do that as much.
Good on you for walking out. Like, I mean, that must have really stuffed them up. You had the courage to say, no, this is not what we agreed. I'm not buying this. I'm bye-bye. And you
It
bought something else. What did you end up buying?
It gets better. I went online, and on Google in the US anyway has the ability, you can write reviews on pretty much anything. So you type in Bez, you can do this. Actually, well, I'll do it offline. I'll tell you offline, but you can actually see the review I wrote. Well, guess what? We heard back from not the general sales manager. We heard back from the general manager of the dealership. And he said, please call me and see what we can work out. Guess what he did? He said, you can have the car without all this other stuff. So, sometimes it pays to stand up for yourself. Now,
Of
unfortunately,
course.
we had already made another deal. No, and I really want to make this point. You do need to stand up for yourself, and it's just generally. And every once in a while, you just have to say,
Right.
okay, I understand you want to make money and whatever, but I'm willing to go. It's a negotiation 101 kind of. It's like I'm willing to go up this. But in the U.S. also, Keith, we have something called certified pre-owned. What does that mean? Basically, the dealer is saying that we've run through a checklist. And I think Bez, I can't remember, but I think they even extend the warranty. So they, like you're saying, on a new car, you get 5 years or whatever it is, or X amount of miles. They will say, okay, we've run this through this extensive checklist. We've validated and verified that everything's good. And like I said, I think they extend the warranty for you. So it's not a new car, but they call it certified pre-owned. So, but again, when those tend to be the sort of the next level up from a regular used car. And I've done, for the most part, Keith, to be frank with you, for the same reason that Bez was said, is I tend to buy used cars because the price difference. And like he said, as soon as I drive this car that I'm buying off the lot, it can drop as much, and it's worse for the more expensive cars. It can literally drop thousands of dollars in value as you
Oh
drive off
yeah.
the lot.
Of course, yeah. And okay, I
Yep.
get it. I totally get what you're talking about. There's no wrong or right answer. Melissa,
Yeah.
I've sent you a link if you'd like to talk. This is why I love this format. Like the actual format, and we can get back to the topic if you want. The actual topic, Bez, is software versus hardware. We've morphed it into used versus new. The actual topic is what software should we use, and what's your favorite hardware to use? And so I'd love to hear your thoughts. What's your favorite software, and what's your favorite hardware for creating content? Do you use software, Bez?
Oh, you're talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay. So, my favorite piece of hardware is my Go XLR.
Okay. Tell us why you love it, and because I'll bring it up. Are you using it now?
Yeah, because I've got these faders. Now, interesting enough, I just use the basics, but I have so many other features I don't even use. So, those are things that I was the other day trying to experiment with them, but didn't have that much luck. But I'm gonna go back on YouTube and learn a few things. But I really enjoy it because I get to control my audio routing, and that also too, like when I'm in a lot of meetings and Zoom calls, and so it audio is important, right? And there's a different level of professionalism that you come across if you have good audio and good video too. So that's one of the things that I enjoy about my Go XLR. I can the volume in my ear, like how I'm hearing the the person talk to me or whatever. I can even adjust if I'm trying to play music in the background. I can adjust that. I can also adjust how I perceive the loudness of my voice going out. So that's really cool. So it's not overwhelming, or sometimes somebody's audio is a little bit low. I can adjust it on my end so I can hear it better. Right. So
I want to pick up on this exact point. This is why I love hardware. Like what you just described. You have complete control over what you hear and see natively because you've got the gadgets at your disposal in your hand.
mhm.
Very, very, very difficult to do this with software, though it is possible. And you've got a Go XLR, which works with XLR microphones. Very, very
Yep.
cool. And
Mhm.
have you heard of this one, Mike? And do you have a thought about hardware versus software in this context? Like Bez gave some very good examples of why you really need some hardware.
Well, I've heard of it only because I was I was on Bez's uh, dash. What do you call it? Your 10-week course.
Oh, the 10-week career sprint.
Yeah, the sprint. And I was, dude, I was amazed. I actually bought. I don't think I told Keith this. I bought the D770s because you had them. And this goes back to what I was talking
Oh,
about before, Keith. I
yes.
bought something based on the fact that Bez has these headsets, and I do you have the 250 ohm? version?
Yeah, yeah. It's. I think you
So
got the same one I did because they're
yeah,
pretty beefy.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're kind of beefy, and they
Mhm.
do, the but what we're talking about, yeah, I don't know if you have a picture of them, but they're pretty decent headsets. They're not cheap. I
Yeah.
don't remember what they went for, but I bought those because Bez. Now I didn't get the Go XLR, and because then along came Zakia, and she was talking about the Pod Mic, actually, the Pod Mic USB. So I bought one. So I have a Pod Mic USB, and I really want to get the Rode Duo. And the reason was kind of what we had started out with, and I wanted to transition from the software to the hardware before, and that is Bez. I can hear it, and I would love for Bez to turn off or just plug somehow. I don't know if he can, I don't know if his mic has a USB, but I would like to hear Bez's voice without anything in the XLR, meaning just straight through right from the mic. I don't know if you can do
Okay.
that.
So
Um,
I can actually play the audio from my laptop, or I can use the audio from my webcam, which is a Logitech.
Oh,
I can
let's
use.
do the webcam.
Yeah. You want to
That's
do the
good.
webcam? All right. Let's do the webcam.
it's gonna sound like you're in a well, probably.
Ah,
Let's
but
see.
it's very.
I
Look,
have
yeah.
I have a webcam to Logic Pro. I probably have the same one, but I don't like using the microphone on that.
Wait until you hear it. Like, I mean, people say they can't hear it, and
Mm.
you know, I can't believe them. I mean, I can't believe them. I'm thinking,
But Keith, you can't hear it in the. I don't know how to put this. There's no
Can you hear me?
ability to. Oh boy, you say.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Does it sound different?
oh man,
It sounds very different.
you
It
were
sounds like you're.
Okay.
It sounds like you're in a room where the waves are bouncing off the walls.
Well, because I have wooden floors, and here's the thing, my monitor's about 18 inches back, so my if I use my
Okay.
my microphone, it's right in my is
Yep.
up
Right
in
in
my
your mouth.
mouth, man. I'm
Yeah.
almost kissing it,
Microphone technique, as Mr. Keller would say.
yeah.
So
And you can't do
so
microphone. You can't do microphone technique on your camera.
But
and
you
and
honestly
here-
say that people can't hear this? I mean, is it what we can hear it? I mean, how,
We can hear because we've tuned our ears, Keith. Like if he was on a Zoom call, people were like, okay, that's pretty normal because some amount of people are using the
oh my
microphone in
goodness.
their webcams.
My goodness, people on a lot of Zoom calls or Teams call, whatever, their audio is horrible,
Yep.
and they don't realize, because they even use the microphone off their laptop, which, unless you have the newer Macs, the Macs actually have really good microphones, but most laptop microphones are just trash. They're not good.
Yep. And then sometimes
but-
because because the speaker is very close to the microphone, then you get echo and all sorts of feedback and
Right.
everything else. So
laziness? Can't people be bothered, or they can't see it? This is exactly what we're talking about here. Software.
they
versus-
don't know, Keith. This is what I tried to tell you many months ago, is that they're not hearing themselves. Well,
Yeah.
there's no playback on a Zoom call generally. I mean, unless they open that up and they put it somewhere, but generally you're not hearing yourself.
Yeah.
So you don't know.
A lot of people have asked me, "What do I sound like?" And I'm thinking, "Well, don't you know?" No, I don't wear headphones. Well, why not? Come on. Well, why don't you wear headphones? That's not fair. What do you mean you're asking me what you sound like? You should know what you sound like. You owe it to the host to sound good. This is my pet.
The only way, I think, Keith, to be frank, and my name's Mike, so don't call me Shirley, is yes, it's an airplane reference, is if you used Audacity to like record yourself. And I think that would be the only way you would really know what you sound like on like a Zoom call with a webcam. And it would sound just like Bez. And Bez, I wanted to mention, and Keith, you've probably mentioned this before, is when you're on your mic with the the Go XLR, there's an authority. I don't care what anyone says. Or when Zakia is on her PodMic, the Rode PodMic with the Rodecaster Pro 2, there's an authority that comes. Now, in her case, it's the crispness and the clarity. In your case, it's the warmth that we were talking about before with Keith. Keith is, by the way, Bez is on his P2, and I think he sounds damn good. And he's on his Q2U. So but I also mentioned, we have different voice registers, right? So but he sounds authoritative because he's able to do he has, what's it called, Keith, when you have a setting to add warmth?
Yeah, I'll share it now. So I've got the tone on, which I'm just affectionately calling a bass boost, but then I take it off and it makes me sound thinner. It's very subtle. But now the voice sounds quite thin and nasally.
And flat.
And flat.
It sounds flatter. And not as like you said, it's not as much boosting the bass. So it sounds, it's probably closer, by the way, Keith. And that's what I was trying to get at, is if you have that's kind of the mic without any maybe noise reduction, but or are you using compression too, Keith, or no?
I am using compression. I can turn that off. That actually sounds better. If I turn compression off, well, that sounds really flat. But if I turn the bass boost on, it gives me that FM radio sound, doesn't it?
Yeah. No, it's much warmer. I'm assuming you push the tone. It's a much warmer voice, and it's more authoritative. It's more pleasant.
Let me ask you this. The Zoom makes excellent audio interfaces. They have, and I think you're very aware of this, Keith, the new P4.
The P4 Next?
Yeah,
the next.
Yeah. Have you seen it? Have you seen it?
Oh,
it looks like cheap. It looks so cheap.
I honestly wouldn't even use it if you gave me one.
No, I heard it's very good. In fact, so the podcast Answer Man, Cliff Ravenscraft?
Yeah.
So he has Podcaster Pro and then the Podcaster Pro 2. He says he will never recommend someone for the Podcaster Pro 2. It is a horrible piece of equipment. Now, he likes it, Podcaster Pro, the original, but it went through several iterations for him to get it right. But he is jazzed about that the new PodTrack 4. He's tested it. I've seen him demo it, and he's done a lot of he's very knowledgeable in audio. And
I mean, look at it. It looks like something it looks like a science project.
It really looks. Even look at those buttons, Bez. It looks like a kindergartner, like a toy for a kindergartner. I'm not arguing quality, or the audio quality. I'm just saying what it looks like to me.
Well, I'll tell you this: when Cliff's also an audio snob, and he'll admit it. Okay. He said this piece of machine. He did a podcast about this, and I seen him do a live stream on this, and I haven't seen him so jazzed up in a long time, because he's a audiophile and quite a sound snob himself. Like, he uses the Heil P whatever, and he's got mobile studios and whatnot. But he did some testing, and he actually, if you listen to his podcast, because he just recently, at the end of December, beginning of January, he brought back the podcast Answer Man, because he had sunsetted it back in 2016, 2017, and he became more of a life coach. Recently, he came back. So you're going to like this, Keith. He came back because people were saying video was the new thing, and there's a bunch of things going on in the industry when it comes to podcasting, that he's standing up saying, well, podcasting is a thing and here's why. And then he talks about the RSS feed versus there's a lot of new standards coming out that are really not RSS feeds. And if they kick you off the platform, you don't own your feed. And Apple's one of them. They're coming up with a new standard. There's Spotify has their own standard. You know, Joe Rogan, he's got to be on the Spotify platform. It's not an RSS feed anymore. If they were to kick him off, you know, where's he going to send his listener to? If at least so, Cliff Ravenscraft will tell you he owns his content, and people say, "Well, you don't own the Amazon S3." Or he goes, "I own my I at least I own the RSS feed and my content," because he goes, "Let's say I decide to switch where my stuff is hosted. All I do," he goes, "an RSS feed is like a text file. And you redirect where now you're pointing it to, but everybody in the world who's downloaded the RSS feed, they at least know where my stuff is." And so
that's it's very important. Like, I mean, Mike has said this obviously doesn't apply to live streaming, but Mike has said that he may do a podcast instead of a live stream as an initial thrust, and an RSS feed would be good for that. We've got some new listeners. We've got a phone call. We've got a phone call coming in from Kingston, Ontario. We better just get on that. I'll just see if I can get I'll open up the phone lines here and see if we can get Melissa in. So I've got a sound for that. And you can see now what I'm talking about, Mike. This is why I need a gadget. Like, I've got to find it. I've got to click it. It's got.
Yep.
It takes me bloody a
Can
minute.
you hear me now?
We got you. Hello, Melissa.
Okay. We're on. Hello.
So Melissa's in Kingston, Ontario. Just jumping wherever you are, because the fundamental conversation is always either or. You know, software versus hardware, new cars versus old cars. You know, podcasting versus live streaming. You can pick up on any of those, but if you want to, we can go back to the new car discussion if you want.
Sure.
Get your stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, hello, everyone. Sorry about that. The reason why I had difficulties with the microphone. Yeah, Keith is right. I have an embedded VPN, I think, in my computer. Two reasons. Because I'm a language teacher. So I teach for a language school in Quebec, in Canada, and we have to have this high level of security. So that's one of the reasons why I had so much trouble. And I also work for a website out of Europe, which is called Lingoda.com. And when I go on Lingoda.com and I deliver classes, I have to use the incognito window. Yeah, it's really a bit of a bother. But anyway, so yes, I really wanted to dig in on the old car versus new car conversation. So Bez and Mike, of course, there are pros and cons. So the reason why I was texting or putting in the chat, Mike, about the old or never buying the new cars again. So I bought 2 new cars in my life. And the thing is that once you drive the new car off the lot, you lose 40%, right? So I don't think that's really good value. And we know that cars are one of the things that depreciate, unlike real estate, for example. So you're right, Mike, about buying a car and that's new and having the history. With no history. Bez, you are right. You can still buy a used car and you can look up the history and whatnot. and any diagnostics and that kind of thing. So there are two sides of the coin, right? So I do see both sides, but I will never buy a new car again. So it's kind of like your analogy, Keith, old software, hardware, etc. I think it's a good analogy that you gave. Um, so yeah, there are obviously pros and cons about this. So
Did
when
you
we
have
take the
you
example of a car,
Can-
it's 50-50. It really is
have you
when it comes
it's
to
50. Have you bought a
software,
second,
when it comes
have you bought a second-hand car since you made that decision? Like, have you? Can you explain the concept of buying a second-hand car and how that went for you?
many times. Many times I've bought new cars. Yes.
But what about the second-hand car? Have you bought a car, had it checked, it's working fine, you've saved heaps of money, it's working and still working?
For the most part in my life, with notable exceptions. One of
Yeah.
the exceptions was I bought a used Mercedes before COVID, brought a male friend. My husband was deployed elsewhere in the military. And so I brought a male friend and I went to the dealership and whatnot. And I got the history of the car. And I only had that Mercedes for a year and a half. And it turned out to be a lemon. So it was problem after problem, despite reading the decent diagnostic about it. And it's really a luck of the draw when you buy a used car. It really is.
And what about
Melissa,
But
But
do you have lemon laws in Canada?
that's why I put the chat there. I'm not sure what you mean by limit laws.
In
yeah,
in the
we have.
US, go ahead, Bess. Explain. You probably do a better job.
No, in the U.S., I can't remember the time period you have, but if you have a car that keeps giving you problems, and it's really, it's called the lemon law. So I've never used it, so I don't know it in and out, but I know it exists. But yeah, go ahead, Mike. You jump in. You seem to know quite a bit more about it.
Well, I seem to remember that if it's known, so if it's a car, to your point, and the only reason I asked is because I've driven some newer Mercedes, I'm not impressed. But anyway, if it's a known problem and you're buying it, doesn't. I think it applies more to used cars actually than new, because typically you're covered by your new car warranty, right? But my understanding is if the dealership or whoever's selling it, well, I don't know about private, and I don't do private sales, but anyway, if the dealer knew that this is a car with known problems, and they didn't divulge, typically it also has to do with divulging. If they did not divulge that information before you bought it, then in the United States, like I said, there's something called lemon laws that basically say, to Bez's point, it becomes when the car is so bad that in essence it's not very usable. Then you can. I don't know exactly how you go about pursuing that. I don't know who you contact, but you can say, look, I'm quoting or I'm going after you on the lemon law, and my understanding is they have to kind of reimburse you.
Yes, we do have that. It depends on the province here in Canada. Unfortunately, the problems started after, I would say, the 8-month mark.
Mm.
That's when the problem started. So yes, we do
And that
have.
and that's probably right outside the coverage of the lemon
Oh
law, right?
yes,
Which is, that always happens too.
yes, yes,
Yeah,
it does.
Yeah,
And
But one of the things, Melissa, I wanted to mention, and
Sure.
I think this is about the only thing, because I wrote reviews. I wrote a Google review and a Yelp review. Yelp is like I don't know even know how you describe Yelp, but anyway,
yes, I know what
I
Yelp
wrote
is. Yeah.
Yeah, I wrote 2 reviews and I got responses back from the GM. And like I said, had we wanted to, and had we not made a deal elsewhere, the general manager of the dealership had agreed to take all that nonsense off and sell us the car.
Right. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
my
Have
the
you,
message there is speak up for yourself.
Yes,
have you
absolutely.
have you heard of the song United Breaks Guitars?
No.
What?
You know that story? This is like we've already talked about the Beatles' #1 song Now and Then as an
Yes.
example of what we're talking about. You've heard that story, haven't you, Melissa? Yeah.
Yes, I have.
Yeah. United Breaks Guitars is a song which went viral because a guy in Delaware flew to New York or LA, and he noticed that the people in the loading the guitars and all of the equipment were throwing it around. And when he got to the gig, this very, very expensive guitar, the neck had fallen off, and he couldn't play that night. I mean, he obviously had spare guitars, but this was his favorite guitar. So he contacted United Airlines and said, "Look, I saw that you damaged the guitar. When I got to the gig, which is how I make my money, I couldn't play the guitar. The guitar is worth $15,000. I think you should at least repair it and reimburse me." Not doing that. So I said, no worries. I got a plan. So he wrote this song called United Breaks Guitars. It went viral. Had like about 1 million views in a weekend.
Okay.
And then the general manager says, "Look, mate, can you take the video down? Like, no one's flying with us anymore. What do you think?" Well, look, I've already fixed that guitar, and I don't know if you can ever recompense me, but I want a public apology, and I want the value of the guitar sent to my favorite charity.
Oh, wow. Super.
You've never heard of it? You never heard that story?
No, I have not, but it's a great story.
I actually heard that, Keith. I don't know how or why, but I heard that. And again, that's the power of speaking up. I mean, he wrote a freaking song about it, and
Yes,
it
that's
got
right.
it played very well.
Self-advocating.
I think it was on YouTube or something. It got a hell of a lot of views.
There's
No
even
doubt.
there's a Wikipedia page about it. That's how much it's very good. Like, it's a very good song as far as songs go. You'd love it because it's a story song and it's
Yes.
country
And the
vein.
Beatles too, or guitars anyway. Yeah. That's
So,
wonderful.
so as you know, Melissa, you've known me a very, very, very long time. This is what I talk about all the time. Like, that was a reference from 2009, and I was able
Wow.
to seamlessly fit that in.
Mhm.
You mentioned a Pink Floyd, and you mentioned a Bruce Springsteen song.
Yes, sorry, I was wrong about the 400 channels, so you corrected me. Thank you very much. Was it 75 channels and there's still nothing on
57
TV?
channels and nothing
Oh,
on.
57 channels.
Pink
Sorry.
Floyd
Yes.
did a similar song called 13 Channels of Shit on the TV. And
Yeah, exactly.
but
Yes.
do you? I'm very interested in this idea. I don't watch YouTube videos. I watch TV. I
Okay.
watch TV when it's time to relax. I sit down. I watch
Right.
TV with a cup of tea with wifey.
Yes, I heard that. I've got a comment about that.
Yeah, tell me.
Okay. So I heard what you and Mike said. Well, right now I've got 3 jobs. So for me, it's very hard to fit in going to the gym, cleaning the house, looking after the pets, looking after Happy too, you know. And people tell me all the time, "Hey, Melissa, did you watch this on Netflix, this series on Netflix, or did you watch that show?" No, no, I didn't. I've only got so many hours in the day,
How do you relax
you
though?
know?
How do you relax?
Uh, well, I relax. Like Mike was saying, he subscribes to so many channels. So, my favorite channel is actually British. It's a British soap opera called EastEnders.
Oh wow, okay, EastEnders. Yep.
Yeah, and I can barely fit that in, with my busy life. You know, you were talking earlier about replays and whatnot. So I'm always like, 5 to 7 days behind
Yeah.
in the shows that I want to watch, that kind of thing. So no, I don't have a lot of time for TV. There may be a few channels that I watch on TV. They're my favorites. Usually it's something like, an ancient Roman history
Ah,
channel or a
yeah.
documentary or something like that. I texted you, I think it was last weekend. One of them is one of the series is Ernie Dingo in Australia.
Oh, yeah,
You know?
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
mate. What are you doing?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
busy.
Good day, mate.
EastEnders started in 1985. It's still going. Has 35 seasons. Like it's still
Yeah,
going.
yeah. So yeah, I can't fit this in. I can't fit this in my daily life to watch all these channels or, series and whatnot. So, I have to be really selective.
It's very
I can,
important for us to know
yeah,
because here I am. I'm retired, and I'm making
yes,
this content. I'm going. Look, as I said, I've got a Substack account.
mhm.
Zero people are watching the show, and zero.
Yes, you were saying, yeah.
I've got
But
to ask.
I really am enjoying your blogs on Substack.
Tell me about
They're really informative because, you and Mike and other guests, you use these platforms or you use these websites, whereas I don't have a need to. I use Zoom, I use Teams for teaching. That's it, right?
Yeah.
But Substack, I enjoy getting your blogs. Is it a few times a week when you
I,
blog about Substack?
almost every day. I've got 90
Almost
blogs.
every day. Okay, sorry. Yes, yes. But you've run across this as for as long as I have known you. These websites and these platforms morph. There's the ebb and the flow about these websites, right? Like you were referencing about LinkedIn. When you and I started on social media and Twitter was the thing, it was the flavor of the day. Then it morphed into something else. Then it was, you were referencing Twitter spaces and Clubhouse and that kind of thing. The ebb and the flow of these
You've been with
social
me all
media
that time.
websites.
You
Yes, yes.
we did a
But
Canadian special edition in like 2007.
yeah, yeah, that was exciting. So that these things, they have a lifespan. They can have these websites or platforms can have a lifespan that's short, or they can have a lifespan that's long. For instance, you and I, Keith, you and I adored Twitter, didn't we? For the longest time, Twitter was cool. Twitter was the place to be, right? And then it morphed into X and everything changed and the same thing about LinkedIn. So I would say that these channels have lifespans. So I'm just looking at your image here. Okay. So, yes, Substack local status or stats. Okay.
So I have 10% of my followers in Canada. I want to pick
10%.
up
Not bad.
when Twitter became X, I knew straight away I was going to die. I just knew it might not have died, but it's just a different audience, an audience I don't want to connect with. But I think you sort of alluded to something. I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but I think LinkedIn might have had its X moment. Like
Mhm.
LinkedIn is completely irrelevant for me right now. Like I go there and there's nothing there I want to see. I mean, it's just garbage, right? And the
No,
fact,
for you it's nothing. For me, it has a bit of a purpose. Um Back in the day when I used to use LinkedIn, I likened it to having your black book, you know, your notebook, with a list of contacts and whatnot, for networking purposes. But now, if I use LinkedIn, it will be maybe to post something about teaching or something professionally based. But even then, Keith, it's very limited
Are you
about
hearing,
using
are you
LinkedIn.
hearing in Canada of anyone being restricted? Like this is a big pain point for us now. Have do you know, you've heard me talking about it, or have you?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere, for no reason, I'll just get a message saying, "I'm sorry, it looks like you're using software there. We're going to ban you for 2 days."
Yeah, I just can't get over that, why that's happening to you. I don't understand.
Yeah, and if it was just me, I would wear that, but it's apparently just not me. Are you hearing more about this, Mike? You would be in contact with creators too. Are you finding other people have this problem?
I I you're the one. I'm trying to remember if I've heard of anyone else. Um, I think people are getting tired though of like I said, of things crashing, of not being able to people being able to find their lives. Um, and I think more and more people are starting to see that their bread and butter is the recruiter, and it's not necessarily the job hunter. Or the small businessman. They claim, and Melissa, I don't know if you heard me say, LinkedIn on on my TV actually was advertising LinkedIn ads. So, and we kind of knew this, Keith, because I don't know if you've seen, but on certain posts it would say this post, or particularly when they were rolling it out, is that they said, "Do you want to roll? I mean, do you want to, boost this?" So they're basically saying, for I guess people that small business owners, and I'd be really interested to know if Bez has done any of these to see the response. But I think I just don't think LinkedIn is a friendly place for people that like us that are wanting to grow audiences. I mean, LinkedIn Lives kind of are crashing, like I mentioned before on the tabs. Just in general, I just don't think it's content creator friendly for live or a pod or whatever you want to call whatever this is, the video or audio. I just don't think they're really supportive of the content creator as opposed to Substack and YouTube and all these other platforms.
I totally agree with you there. Picking up on Melissa, Bez has a Go XLR, and I was very interested to hear from you when he turned it off. Could you hear the difference? Did you hear that hollow sound that we heard? Did you hear Bez go hollow, or is it not discernible on LinkedIn, Melissa?
Um, I'm not sure, but I'm looking at your image there, and that's exactly what I have, Keith. The
know.
scarlet there, the red scarlet.
I think you've got the XLR version. I think that's it's this one, but you've got talking about favorite software. The Scarlett XLR 414 for i4 is almost identical to what the Go XLR does. Like
Oh,
there's so
okay.
many brands. Like you can buy a
Mhm.
Mercedes, you can buy a Porsche, you can buy a BMW,
Yeah,
Audi, you
exactly.
can buy a Kia. You can buy a BYD. I don't know. A BYD is big in America. So every second person's got an electric car in Australia. So you've got a Focusrite. Tell us how you use that, because you sound great.
The Focusrite, you're asking? Actually, I am no longer using the Focusrite. I'm using a pair of headphones my husband bought me with a built-in mic.
Ah,
I'm sorry I can't look at it as we're speaking, but I used to. Yeah, as of maybe 8 months ago, I
yeah.
used to use the Scarlett that you're showing on the screen there. But now, yes, I have a brand new set of headphones that I use for teaching, and with a little mic, and it works well. I'm sorry, I can't tell you what brand
That's
name
all
it
right.
is,
Doesn't
but
matter. It sounds good. But were you able to hear when Bez, and we might do this again, what I'm fascinated by, I'm fascinated by this because I can't imagine that people can't do it. Like my favorite phrase at the moment is, "I don't understand why you don't understand." But people say, "Mate, what do I sound like?" Well, what do you mean? What do you sound like? Can't you hear yourself? I know. I don't wear headphones. Well, how are you going to hear yourself? I don't know. I don't know. I don't wear headphones. And so you're asking me how you sound. Well, what
Mhm.
about it when I'm not there? Well, I'll ask who is there. Yeah, but you're not taking charge of your sound, right? And what most people sound like when they do that is they sound like this. They sound like they're in a tunnel. And
I
they're a
was just
long
going
way
to say,
away.
yeah, I was just going to say, Keith, tinny,
Mm.
Um, on that point, I had a student, I think it was on the weekend, and she had earbuds. This was on the European website, lingoda.com. And so I asked her in French, "Oh, okay. So are you holding the earbuds for your class?" And she said, "Yeah, I've got a." She said she had headphones. She really didn't. She was trying to say this in French, but she really didn't. She was essentially holding like a little microphone. And I find this is just an observation with younger people. I don't know if it's a trend or not. They tend to use earbuds more than they use headphones if they're on their PC.
What does it
I
sound?
don't know if anyone else has experienced that.
Oh, I do. But what do you think it sounds like? Terrible, right?
Not terrible. I would say passable.
Oh, okay. And that's good. Passable is good.
Hmm.
So, Bez, are you on your Go XLR now? You're back on it, or are you still using the
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
I am.
Because
Yeah.
I think that's very cool about all this tech. Like, I wish I was in your room because you've got all this tech still in boxes. You've got to focus right.
I do. Focusrite 4i4, and I think I'm about to put it in production. But it won't be here in my office. It will be in the 1 million cups that we do.
Bingo.
Yeah. Hmm.
Is it the XLR one or the big hole?
I got the 4i4. Now, our friend Melissa here, had that piece of equipment. That's a very good piece of equipment. It, if you're doing music, it sounds really good.
Yes, it
Um,
does. It does. Yes, I
yeah.
agree. Yeah. I still have it tucked away here in the kitchen where I deliver my classes, but now that I've got the headphones with the
Just a bit
built-in
more easy.
microphone.
It's a bit easier.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
But
I don't have to plug in so many wires or cables, I should say.
I think that's what it
Um,
is.
yeah. So it's one click into my PC, as we speak, and that's it.
Oh, I love this.
Yeah, USB mics are pretty good these days.
Mhm.
I still prefer XLR, but the USB microphones have come a long way. So very
Yes.
impressive. They can hold their own against XLR mics. But yeah, I mean, sounds like it's a solution that works for you. And at the end of
Yes.
the day, that's what matters.
It does, and thank you for reminding me something, Bez. So what was it? Last summer, when I started with lingoda.com, I would take out my PC on my deck, during beautiful weather,
Hmm.
and use my existing headphones and my USB mic. And when did I start with them? In August last year. And I actually received some complaints that I was using the headphones and I was outside. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to, I guess, block out enough outside noise. So now I'm mindful about that, about not
Right.
bringing my PC and everything else onto the deck. I
Animals,
have to be respectful towards my students.
birds, and
And birds, yep. Lawnmowers.
moose. Maybe you had a moose running around.
Yes.
You might
What,
not
what kind of microphone did you have? Did you have a condenser microphone? Because dynamic ones can, sometimes my dogs are barking and people, I said, do you hear that? They go, no. And
Mm.
then sometimes they're barking. Keith says, that's annoying.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, I'm not able to, I'd have to take them off and look at them
Mhm.
to show you what it is. But those are the comments that I received. However, when I used the Scarlet, Keith, outside, I didn't seem to have as many
You know
complaints,
why?
ironically.
You know why? I was just going to say this. So
Okay.
headphones typically come with cheaper mics. You're
Oh.
using an SM57.
Oh, now I can hear a dog.
That's my dogs.
Definitely. So you were using
Okay.
an SM57, which is
Uh-huh.
purpose-built for speaking. It's a speaking mic. Like that's what the White House uses. Like Shure
Really?
SM57s, yeah. And you've got a Shure SM57. I'm
Are
pretty
you
sure.
talking about the Scarlet that I used outside?
Yeah, you obviously had to plug it into a mic, yeah.
I did, and like I said, I received fewer um, complaints when I used that outside than I did with my new headphones and USB
But you would
microphone.
have had to have plugged in a proper mic, yeah.
Yes, I did. I did. Yes,
And
That was probably a dynamic mic.
it was the SM57.
probably. That sounds right,
Like a
Bez.
big long
Yeah,
cigar?
probably.
Does it look like a big long cigar?
Yes.
Yeah, SM57.
Mm.
I love this discussion because it's proof of the pudding. You go outside on a pair of headphones, which are easy to use, but you can pick up the dogs barking and people moaning.
Yeah, that's right.
You can't hear that because you're so tuned into the conversation, but they can hear it.
They can hear it. Yes.
But you had an SM57. These are probably the best mic in the world for speaking.
Really?
So they
Okay.
are. That's what they use at all conferences. Like this is what they use. They were made for that. Actually, they're made to mic up drums, but they are very, very good for speaking. Not so much singing, but you can use them for singing. And I remember specifically you had this big long cigar shaped mic. It was bloody good. So, but a lot of cables and cords and rigmarole.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. So it's a little bit, cumbersome to put it all together and the power cord and all of that. But again, this goes back to our previous discussion, pros and cons,
Mm.
Mhm.
and the analogy about old car and new car. So pros and cons. Do you want to buy a new car? Do you want to buy an old car? Same thing with technology, the pros and cons.
XLR or USB. And let me go back to, there was something you said that stood out that was like ding, 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 ding to me. And that a vehicle, a brand new vehicle, is the worst investment you could ever have because it depreciates. It's not an asset that appreciates unless it becomes a classic car and you're talking about something that you spent a lot of money on. It's not an investment you can say, well, it went up in price, no.
That's right.
Do you buy a
And
car
that's
as an
what people
investment?
don't talk about.
But why would you buy a car as an investment? You drive into the shops.
Well, it's how do you look at money and how do you look at it's just your point of view, right? And I'll give you an example. Bill Gates, for the longest time, drove a Ford Explorer. It was a ugly car, and he could have driven the best Lamborghini, the best McLaren or what have you. He could have driven. He was driving why? Because you know what? He didn't need to flash his money, right?
I know.
But us plebes, Keith, you can buy a car as an investment. If you're buying a supercar or a hypercar, most of them appreciate. And I'm only saying I don't even know why I'm saying this, only because I love cars, and there are a few cars that
That
are
they're
that
rare.
are
They're,
investments.
they're,
Yes, yeah.
they're rare. And here's the other side to that: to upkeep their license, like when you pay
Mm,
the yearly licensing fee. I don't know. I lived in California. I know a lot of people that had really exotic cars. It is a, it's a bill. you know,
It is. You're
you
right,
know, it's
Bez.
yeah.
Yeah,
well, just
I
just
agree.
the maintenance. This should change the tires. Listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. It's a lot of money to me anyway. Just to change the tires on a Bugatti Veyron, it's $30,000.
Well, and look, like Melissa bought uh, a Mercedes Benz. They
Mhm.
have their own engine coolant that it has to be a Mercedes but
Yeah.
Benz brand to put in there. They have their own tools, like unless you're walking out with a Mercedes Benz with a maintenance agreement that's bought with it, forget it.
Yep.
Try do the like you're not going to pay 30,000 on a on a Mercedes Benz to change the brakes, but you may pay $600 $1,200 on I
Yep.
mean that's
Yep.
you're probably actually around 1,200 if not more. You're not going to pay the 30. I mean that's still a lot. Like, you
It
know
is.
how
Yeah.
much it cost me to do my brakes? I just take the wheel off, pop out,
Mhm.
plap, put them, slap them back in, plop, plop, put them in. My dad taught me how to do this, and it's not that hard. And I go buy it, slap it in myself. It's over and done with.
Yep.
You know, so 30,000. Hey man, you know what? Maybe one Sunday if you bring your car, I might. And I have the right tools for your Bugatti. I'll change your tires. I'll be your
Well, I think
Huckleberry.
the only problem there's something about I think the wheel or the tires are specifically made for that car, and
Yeah.
maybe you can get them somewhere else. I don't know, but yeah. I mean,
You
a
probably
lot of
have
people
to
don't
have
talk
a
about that.
certified mechanic, and I wouldn't be
Yeah.
certified. I'd be Yahoo certified. I mean, not Yahoo, but YouTube certified. I can fix
But
like I'm the least handyman possible, but I turn on YouTube and I have my iPhone and I'm like, slowing it down, repeat, rewind, slowing it down. Shoot, I become all world, Mr. Fixer Upper.
but
You know, that's
I had a set.
sorry, Mike. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Melissa.
Oh, Best to bring up a good point. I think you referenced this an hour ago, or Keith did, perhaps, about the 1 minute videos, TikTok and everything, and
Mm,
we're so totally visual. And I hear this from my younger coworkers. Um, this is my other job in mental health, my third job. And oh, well, I can go on YouTube and learn anything, which is really not wrong these days. You can virtually learn almost anything. Whether it's plugging in on an audio system that we're talking about, old tech, new tech, or whether it's repairing a car, what have you. This is why, TikTok is so popular. It's instant gratification. We want to get the right solution. We want it now, or even in another, what's the word I want? In another context. Oh, I'll just look it up. I'll ask Siri or whatever. It used to drive me crazy years ago. I didn't even get an iPhone. I had a flip phone for the longest time, and the only reason why I got an iPhone was for my mental health job years ago. They used to email me shifts, and they still do. And so I was basically forced to get an iPhone. So I had to abandon my flip phone, and now I'm on an iPhone or an Android, what have you. And I would be with friends and we'd be talking about whatever subject, and they would say, "Oh, let's Google this." It would drive me crazy. What are you doing? Googling everything. Do you have to know about the answer now? This is the instant gratification. And now they look at me and they say, "Oh, Melissa, oh, now you're Googling something." Not as much as they did, but I find that people, this is just my observation in daily life, daily interactions. Everyone wants an answer right away. Let's Google it. Let's look up, AI or chat GPT and look up something. And I find that it really can be a barrier to communication, you know?
Very interesting.
Insofar as interacting with a human being, we don't have to get the answer right now. We don't have to go on a TikTok video to get, the instant answer. That's just my opinion. What do you all think?
Because it's happening in conversations, isn't it? Hold that.
Yes.
I'll just Google what the capital of Tunisia is.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
The elephants.
What do you all of you think about that? Am I wrong? I don't know. Maybe it's my baby boomer opinion. I don't know.
Well, no, well, here's the thing. Even in today's day and age, what a lot of people fail to do, and this really isn't a generational thing, but we that were not born native with mobile devices or native with the internet will remember a time where, and you've probably seen this on Facebook or some social media, where you see pictures of a bunch of bikes in front of a house, and that was how we knew where our friends were, right? A bunch of bikes thrown on the floor, right?
Right.
We didn't have social media, but we had other clues, right? Oh, when did we come home? Oh, when the street lights came on and it started to get dark. Okay, we knew that was time to come home. There were, hey, how did my mom know I was doing whatever shenanigans? Well, that's because, you got the back fences and moms used to talk to each other, parents used to talk to each other. I think and I'm a recruiter. I've trained recruiters. I've led recruiters. And one of the things, and I'm a Gen Xer, one of the things that me and my colleagues who lead and train other younger recruiters is that they don't know how to pick up the damn phone. They're scared of the phone.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
They don't do phone good. And so that goes into remember when we had wireless phones in the house? That was like a 20-foot long cord, that you could walk around the house with. That was our wireless, right?
Yes.
And so there's a lot to be like what you're talking about, Melissa, is being present in the moment and going
Yes.
deep with somebody, right? And
Yes.
and and you know what I mean because you feel it, right? It's not something you
Absolutely.
do. It's like you could have a 2-hour lunch and it'd go by in a blink of a hand because the conversation was good, the vibe was good, the food, the wine was good, whatever you have, it didn't matter. Everything was good. But it was that connection that you made. And those connections, whether it just in friendship, in life, career, entrepreneur, or success, they matter because they make the difference of how you get invited or included at the table, right? Because people remember you. They know they have a positive memory of you, right? And so they start to know you as a certain person that has a certain disposition, that has an expertise in a certain area. And when an opportunity arises because you took the time to develop the connection and maybe do it a little bit better, then that mattered because you know what? People love to be heard. Like I'm speaking, because man, I'd love to talk. I love that you guys are here listening to me.
Look, I'll give you a really good example. This is a great discussion. We actually go out for breakfast every Saturday or every second Saturday. And people say, mate, why do you go out and get avocado and toast and a cup of tea when you can do that at home? It's a good question. When we're out having breakfast, Carol and I are sitting at the table waiting for the food. We are looking into each other's eyes and saying, "How was your week?" "Oh, look, not bad. We've got a bit going on." And we talk. And then the coffee comes and we say thank you. And the food comes and we say thank you. We don't go on our phones in between meals, which is what a lot of millennials do and Gen Z. But when I cook breakfast, because I cook breakfast, when I cook breakfast at home, I'm cooking. So Carol's on her phone checking Facebook. Same thing. Avocado on toast and a cup of tea. Totally different experience. Even though the food is the same, we're actually paying for the experience. So we go out for dinner a lot, at least once a week. And we do it for that reason. Not because Carol can't cook or doesn't want to cook. It's because we want to go somewhere and just talk. Have the food as a sort of a backdrop to a conversation. But I'm sure you've seen this, Melissa. You go out for tea and the two kids that are talking to each other are waiting in between on their phones going, "Oh, well, the food's not coming for 5 minutes. I better just check my Facebook messages."
Absolutely. It's all about human connections. Yeah. And how technology is impeding human connections and communication. So back to your point, Bez, I know you're a recruiter. I think you know my former career was radio broadcaster. I made a reference a while ago about LinkedIn. So when I used to use LinkedIn back in the day, social media was in genesis. I said a while ago that to me it was like a big black book, making your connections and building relationships and social connections and that kind of thing. But now what I'm worried about, and this really does apply to you, Bez, as a recruiter, is the Gen Z. They're on their phones. They don't know how to network. They don't know how to build connections, whether it's LinkedIn or another social platform. They're scared stiff about networking. We know that most jobs are obtained by the hidden job market, right?
That's right. Mm-hmm.
And now we've got AI. So back to my younger coworkers, and they've said to me many times, "Oh, Melissa, I'm so worried about this interview that's coming up. How do I prepare for that?" Well, they think that going on AI to get the canned answers is the solution for how to prepare, but it's not. I mean, any good recruiter, any good human resource person will discern that the canned answers are through AI. And it's because the young people don't want to take the time to research the employer and to, have their own authentic answers about why they want to work for a company. Would you agree?
I would agree 100%. I am there that there's been a social study by Mark Granovetter in I think 1972, 1973, where he did a survey basically about getting the job, and it was as faulty as it was. It was all men, all mid-professional, all white, in a little small town in Massachusetts. Okay, I believe it was in Massachusetts or Maine. I don't know, but that's what he had. He couldn't. He said he was actually invited into people's homes and he would ask them questions. They would be after dinner or whatnot. And he did about 250 of some odd people of those. And he said that he found that people would say, "I found my job because of a friend of a friend." So he said, "Oh, your friend referred you." He goes, "No, of a friend of a friend." 54% of the people he surveyed got jobs because of a friend of a friend. So now what does that tell you? Okay, in your network, theoretically, you're going to tap out. You're going to find all the jobs, all the people we're just going to say this circle, right? Theoretically. Now, I know that's not the truth because sometimes your network can be pretty vast. You don't know everything because people typically aren't nurturing their networks, but let's just say theoretically, there's limited resources because you're going to know everything about your network. The power of getting a job because of a friend means that you have now the circle that you were in, that network, you had now found access to another network.
Yeah,
That's new.
absolutely. Yeah.
So now you replicated everything from now you have new resources, new innovation, new opportunities, new job, blah, 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 blah. Now he coined the term, that little jump between your network and the other network is called a weak tie. So there's a term called weak ties, and you're going to get your next job not because of your network, but because of that weak tie that gives you access to another network.
Oh, yeah.
that's-
I have
that's
heard of
the
weak
power.
ties. Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
it's a term. It's a
I
term.
want to pick
Yeah.
up on this, Mike. I mean, as a recruiter, mate, you've probably got a sort of a very top-down approach. But Mike, have you got any stories you want to tell about weak ties and networking with people who know people that know people that know people that might have a job that know people? Does
And it's
sound
not
like
just, it doesn't have to be just a job. It can be opportunities, resources, innovation. People do really focus on the job, but it is bigger than that. But that's a great use case, I will say.
And that was the original purpose of LinkedIn. You know,
Oh, okay.
the
So I know
connections.
I know Mike wants to say something, but
Yeah.
before that, so they because Mark Granovetter's study was faulty, in 2022, a LinkedIn group went behind him to replicate his study, and they used a LinkedIn data scientist. His hypothesis still held up in 2022. They used LinkedIn data, and so
you might be a little biased in the sense, Bez, because you're a people person. Like you love people, you love hanging out with people. You would obviously see the value of connecting with people. But I would be very interested to know if any job seekers have had this happen. I'd be very interested to know if this has happened, if it's worked for job seekers that we know.
Well, they that's what they did actually go behind because in 2022 they replicated his study and used LinkedIn data to see did you get most of your jobs because of a referral out of your network? Okay, and so that data still
Yep.
held up.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good. Even though
But
we
Bez-
don't know them. Yep.
Mm.
I mean, I'm very interested to hear what you think, Mike, because you were looking for jobs and you know people who know people who know people, but you still didn't get a job.
Okay. I'm going to reiterate. LinkedIn is not for the job seeker. Having said that, I'm 120% behind what Bez is saying relative to networking and making sure while you're working. And Pat Ramiletti is famous for this. She actually wrote a book called Bulletproofing Your Career. And now more than ever, the next role, at least for me, because I'm in senior position, but generally today, the next role that you're going to get is going to come from either your extended network, and it's not going to be as Bez is describing. It's not going to be from your immediate network generally. It's going to be from a friend of a friend of a friend. But I don't feel, and Bez, you can tell me I'm wrong, but I don't feel that LinkedIn is really doing you a service. In other words, I think you can go do it yourself. You can set up virtual coffees, you can go on LinkedIn Lives, you can do all this stuff. But I think you're doing all the heavy lifting. I don't feel, and this is just me, and I have spent a lot of time on LinkedIn. I've done articles, I've done, LinkedIn Lives, I've done, a lot of commenting, a lot of, kind of chasing the algorithm. And LinkedIn, in my opinion, is there for the recruiters. And so part of it is, and I don't know if Bez mentioned this,
Mhm.
but if your profile is not searchable, so there's very key things that you need to be found by recruiters. And so from that perspective and a job seeker's role, And if you're not doing that, or if you haven't paid someone or whatever to get a profile and all of this other stuff now that the 360 Brew is in, if you're doing everything that LinkedIn tells you to do, maybe my profile views have gone up, but I don't think they're coming from recruiters generally. I don't really get a lot of profile views from recruiters. So all in all, I guess what I'm saying is I don't feel like LinkedIn's primary, because they're making billions of dollars off of it. They're selling the Navigator, Sales Navigator, or whatever
Or
they're
LinkedIn Recruiter. Yeah.
recruiters. Yeah, they're making billions of dollars off that. So
11 billion.
yeah, right. So
11
I mean,
billion a year? Is
I-
that
a
11
year.
billion?
18 billion a
Oh
year.
my
18
goodness!
billion.
Wow.
Yeah,
18.
they make about 18 billion, and 11 billion of that, I believe, is about 70. Yeah, it is from LinkedIn Recruiter. Mike, I agree with you. I think where I'm going to tell you, because you are an executive. The higher you get, me, when I look at the data, executives, because I'll look at Sales Navigator data, and the executives are not on LinkedIn. No,
Yeah.
the higher you get, no. So you could go on this rat race, but the people you're trying to attract, the only ones as an executive you'll be able to attract is the executive headhunter that is on a current search, right? But to say that C-suite person is on there is a fallacy. You're not going to attract them. Now, you may, because there is a law of proximity. Maybe their assistant, chief of staff, or a VP or a director that may be perusing LinkedIn and may see you and refer you. But your immediate supervisor, who may be a C-suite person, such as yourself, Mike, they're not going to be on LinkedIn. They don't have the time, right? If they are on LinkedIn, and if I see their profile come up like, oh, it's been touched in the last 90 days, 60 days, I will guarantee you that when you're that high up, it's your assistant that's touching it and dusting it off. It's not them. And so we treat like LinkedIn, if you're a career searcher, that it's the end all be all, right? Hey, I'm a career coach, but LinkedIn is a data point, but there's where we really get really, and this is the sexiness of technology. Give you an example. 40-year veteran VP, worked his way from VP of sales all the way to CEO of small companies. He was great at the $10 million to $100 million. That was his sweet spot, and that's what he would be brought in. He was, one of his claims to fame when I would talk to him was that he was able to get the rights to do, like if you wanted to make merch or anything, the NFL brand, right? It's like, and I was like, all right, great. So what's the big deal? He goes, oh, you don't understand. If you get NFL, then everybody else, these major brands in the different sports, like the NBA, if you get the NFL, NBA, and MLB and the NCAA and all these other levels of sports merch brands will do business with you. Now, I didn't know that. So I was like, oh, wow, you're a big deal then. Like, he knew how to get he knew the secret sauce. So he would work with these companies and make them millions of dollars. So now he's on the job market. Grizzly veteran. And I go, he goes, Bez, I'm having a hard time. I've been referred to you. And I'm like, so what are you doing? I'm applying like 3 or 4 times a week and I've got 0. Well, I'm like, really? You're applying? He goes, yeah, it's not working. So I go, wow. Can you tell me, just mentally, go back through your registry, your memory, and tell me how many jobs on your resume did you get because you applied? So he sat there for a couple minutes in front of me, like, sort of bobbing his head, like thinking, all right, which one? He comes back and he says, touche, 0. And I go, you mean you got 0 jobs because you applied? I mean, you have a very fruitful career here? He goes, yes, I've never gotten a job by applying. Now, I resonate with him because I have a hashtag that says quit applying, because in 30 years, I've never gotten a job by applying. So I don't, if someone says, well, I'm coming to you because you're going to teach me how to apply to get a job, be DATS, I go, I'm not your person, because I don't know what that looks like. I've never done it. How am I going to teach it? So well, he resonated with me, and I go, friend, so if you didn't get a job because you never applied and you had a very successful career, tell me, what did you do to get a job? Then his eyes lit up, and he started to talk about the trade shows he would attend, and this meetup and that meeting and this networking. He just went on and on for several minutes. And when he quit talking, I said, friend, you don't need me. Quit getting fancy and go do what you used to do, and you're going to get your next job. See, we've gotten too fancy when Mike, 40-year veteran, anybody here in this room, or, at a Gen Xer and even a late millennial on up, we used to not use technology to get the job. Because you know what technology sucked when we were looking for job? Sitting in front of a fax machine. Oh, you had to mail your resume. Oh, you had to walk it in. Oh, there was no resume. You had to fill out an application. Oh my goodness, that's hard work.
I agree with you, Bess. I agree. Well said. Well said.
Well, we've cracked another 4 hours. I've got a special sound for this. Talking about analog. I want to rewind and give us maybe a couple of minutes to reflect on what we've talked about and pick out the rewound the tape. What do you think? What are the highlights of what we've talked about today? We've been going 4 hours, as we do. Last week was 6 hours. What are the essence? We started with software and hardware. We morphed into cars. We morphed into LinkedIn and Substack. What do you think? What are the highlights? You go first, Melissa, because you listened in a lot and then you came in. What are your favorite bits from the show?
Oh, my favorite bits. This was a very hearty, fruitful discussion. Oh, my favorite bits. I think talking about our life experiences. We have life experiences collectively in this room. We've got a couple of recruiters. I've had many careers. You have Keith. You and I have had similar careers. I think all of this to say, whether you see yourself as, well, I'm going to, okay, something stands out. Keith, when you and I were texting or Facebook messaging, we didn't say texting with Facebook, whether you're a futurist or you're a classicist.
Oh, yeah. Let's have that.
I would self-identify as a classicist. I like things that happened in the past. Are they perfect? No, they are not.
But they're interesting, aren't they?
They're interesting, and interesting insofar as, okay, so I'm looking at your image of TDK and the cassette tape. I still have cassette tapes in the house. Why? I have them in the house because I kept them when I was a radio broadcaster. We used to have things called air checks. Okay. The point I am trying to raise is that it's so interesting hearing about the evolution of new technology, old technology, and so interesting that the old technology isn't necessarily fading away. Keith, you said to me a while ago that people don't listen to radio in Australia anymore. Well, they still listen to radio in Canada in major markets. And old technology like radio is still relevant, and certain technologies are still relevant. So I think that's the point that I want to raise.
I like that point. That's actually
Really
very good.
it depends on your perspective. So I self-identify as a classicist. I like old technology. I like pen and paper. We don't have to have everything digital in this world. You know, we don't have to have new technology with the iPhones and the Androids. We can have a flip phone. My husband still has a flip phone. It's fine. I guess that's my point. My favorite bits of your show.
I love this. I think it's important because we often talk about this. You've been to Rome several times. You love talking
Yeah.
about the past because the past is solid and knowable and researchable. What I love, completely opposite. I love my wife doesn't do this, but I love the speculative approach. What do you think might happen? What do you think Substack will look like in 5 years? You know, how much is petrol going to get to? Are we going to have rationing? They're seriously thinking of introducing a $50 limit here on petrol. I'll talk about this in a minute because it's a bit of a distraction, but I love speculating. What do you think will happen with LinkedIn? I knew for sure, and you probably heard this, I knew that Twitter would decay. I'm just going to say it that way. I think it's gone. People still love it. But in 2023, I created a hashtag, what's your plan B for 2023? I don't know if you remember any of those shows, Melissa, but I knew what was going to happen because
I do remember those shows. Yes, I do.
People are going, why are you abandoning Twitter, mate? You've been on it for 15 years. You made money speaking at gigs overseas.
Because you're a futurist, that's why. You could see that Twitter was going to decay.
Yeah, I could see it. So I can see that I can see that Substack will become something more than it is now. And I jokingly say that we're in the first 100 million. You know, LinkedIn has 1.2 billion. I was probably there at that early too. But I love the idea that I don't know what's going to happen. I want to be part of what is happening. I get a bit frustrated with things that have happened. Well, that's okay. That's happened. Good. That's good. Tick it off. I can see the Colosseum. Been there. Yep. All right. That's from 586 BC. You can tell me the exact date. I think it's 81 BC. But it's a long time ago. I wasn't
70 AD.
70 AD. By who was it? Tacitus? Was it Tacitus?
No, Vespasian started it, then it was Titus.
Titus. See, not bad.
I'm not bad.
So
couple of 100 years.
A couple of 100 years and a slight difference in the spelling. But the point is that was such a long time ago. It feels a little bit irrelevant to me. Whereas,
but you have to think, Keith, the Italians, they did it in the recent Olympics. They don't start to build all over again. They build up. They build from what they have. That's why the Colosseum is still standing. They build from up. So that's the classicist in me.
Yeah, it's very important because here in Australia, not sure if this is the trend, they knock really perfectly good houses down and then they build something that looks really ugly. But it's
the same in Canada. But the Italians did not do that with the Olympics. They built on what was existing. And this is why the ancient Romans are so cool. But anyway, that's another conversation.
No, it's very good. It's very important that we have this discussion. Futurism versus classicism. What do you think, Mike? You have been with me from day one, from the minute I started. You heard the intro. What do you think are the key points we talked about today? We talked about a lot. What do you think are the key points for you?
Well, I'm just going to comment on whether I'm a classicist or, and as usual, I'm going to be ambivalent and say both. I want to learn from the past and look into the future. I am very skeptical, however, of technology hyperbole. particularly around LLMs. Um, so, and just because of the way my brain works, I'm sort of hyper analytical, uh, and I, I I'm just going through a thing personally where the how do I put this? Technology has caused, I believe, a I don't know if it's a major problem, but um, and I think Melissa touched on this, or maybe even Bez, that we've lost touch with each other, and technology. Um, I mean, I'm talking to a guy from Australia, so yeah. Granted, I did fly over actually to Melbourne, but I didn't meet Keith there. So there's pros and cons to that. But in general, I think social media, including LinkedIn, is a mind virus. I'm just sorry, and I'm actually seeing more and more of that on LinkedIn. So to me, LinkedIn's becoming another. I wouldn't say yet another X, but it seems to be heading in the direction of maybe Facebooky, um, which to be frank, is a little upsetting because I've been with LinkedIn since '06. So I'm sort of an OG from a LinkedIn perspective. And yet, it was never 100% clear to me what its purpose was, and it's even less so now, other than fully realizing that it's a place for recruiters to find bodies.
Pick up on what you were saying, Mike. You see these posts on LinkedIn. Back in the day, we lined up for 2 days to get tickets to Van Halen. And I write, yeah, but you wouldn't have if you didn't have to. I mean,
Right.
no one's going to line up for 2 days to see a band if they didn't have to. That's all there was.
Yep.
I see the past as all there was. Like if I had a Tascam Mixcast 4 in 1996, I would have bought one, but I didn't. I had this. I had a tape. I had a tape because that's all there was.
Yep.
And I think
And Keith, so that's what I'm saying. Like again, I've been in tech since I was 14. I was actually doing assembly language programming. So not at 14, I think at maybe 15 or 16. So I've been with tech a while. And again, I've seen the all these trends and a lot of hyperbole in tech. Uh I was actually sort of well, I got into BBSs before and right before the internet took off. I was actually doing HTML on a Apple um server. And so I've been around tech for a long time. And like I said, I see the pros and cons when it comes to this particular show and what we talked about. I think it's very interesting. I thought it was very interesting how we had mentioned AI and some of the sort of the more positive uses. I think the net is that if you are not somehow using AI today, particularly in corporate America, you will be left behind. It's my belief that someone that has that skill, it's not that you will lose your job. Well, you may be released by the corporate America management monsters, but if you have that skill, you will remain because they will give you that person's job as well and expect you to do that with the increased productivity of AI. When it comes to hardware, I think I think we've really hit some very, particularly as it relates to sound, but just in general. I thought we kind of went a little far afield on the car discussion, but I thought it was good. And the other thing, I guess, that what we're doing here, Keith, is we're actually building relationships. We're not. This isn't just a show about tech. This is a show about us and about our, as Melissa said, our life experiences. So I don't see that as a waste because I actually believe, and this is going to get metaphysical for a second, that I'm here right now for you, 3 people, because I'm supposed to be.
we're right in
I'm
this.
talking to you
Yeah.
because I'm supposed to be. This isn't a waste. I mean, it is, time that I could potentially be doing something else, but I believe that this show and what we're doing is as much, maybe more so, about building relationships than it is about the tech. And I am very grateful, Keith, for what you do, and I'm grateful for Melissa and Bez and Zakia coming on the show and speaking with us, and sharing, their experience, their knowledge,
Mm.
and particularly about, like I said, I do have envy on on the Rodecaster Duo, and I just think with that and my pod mic, that's kind of where I'll be for a while on my sound.
It's very
And
interesting
again,
that you don't have a
and,
show. Like, it's very interesting. It's like learning guitar but never joining a band. You know what I want?
That's
I
a
want
very
to
kind comment, what you said, Mike. I really appreciated that. Um, I agree with you. This experience, being on Keith's show, is time well spent. And we all
uh,
know that we could all be doing something differently right now. And that's a really, really kind comment. Thank you very much for that.
oh, thank you. And Keith, yes, I know I can also be a professional podcaster. So I do. You are blaming. I'm going to blame you for really my focus on sound, because I want to sound good, and like Bez was had invited me, I believe, to be on that panel for the folks in India. You may or may not know that Bez was a moderator for that organization for some period of time. I don't know if you're still doing it, Bez, but it's
No.
important to have. Okay, so it's important to have good sound, and because above all, or not above all, but I think it does project authority. And so if you're looking to be, to be a speaker, and if that's one of the things,
I agree.
regardless of what it's about, that you want that authority. So that's all
I,
I got for you. Thank
I,
you so much, Keith, for allowing me to be here.
oh, you're very welcome. I mean, I think the essence of this show is really about people who want to speak on other people's stages, trying to convince them to sound better. Like, there's a number of people that we personally know that sound shit, and we've tried to help them. And I can't recommend them for shows because they just sound terrible. And I'm trying to help them. And I think, why would you go on a show and be the guest on a show if you sounded terrible? Like, you're actually got, maybe people don't know, maybe people don't care, but you want to be an authority on that show. You are the guest. You are the person that they're going to see. This is the reason for the show. It's not like a little comment at halftime. But anyway, I've worked out that's my mission in life, and maybe I'm a bit dogged about it. But I want people to sound good, mainly because I want them to sound good when they're speaking to me. I mean, and I get very, very impatient when people don't sound good. But what do you think, Bez? What are your takeaway? You probably listened to a bit of it and then took part. What are your main thoughts about today's show?
Well, let me. By the way, I have a bunch of good thoughts, but I want to just share something with Mike. As I'm seeing him go through a transformative phase and do a pivot. I just want to tell you that my mom did a career change at the age of 59 and ended up working another 23 years because she found second gear in something she loved. And she retired at the age of 82. At the age of 82, here in the state of Georgia, they do not let you work full time if you're retired. She could only work 20 some hours, and she became a consultant and made more money working 40 hours a week than when she was working her full-time job for school districts as a bilingual school psychologist. And it's a passion she had for the migrant population as well as for the special needs kids. It was just a passion of hers. And she broke barriers here in the state of Georgia as being the first Latina to be hired as a bilingual school psychologist. in speaking Spanish. So, Mike, as I see you doing this transformative thing, you remind me of the journey my mom went through, where a lot of people saying, "Why are you changing careers at the age of 59 from a classroom teacher and going back to school?" Because she started that journey at the age of 55. And then it took her 18 months to find a job. She said it wasn't easy. Nobody wanted to give her a chance. And she had to leave California to go back to Georgia and to find her dream job. And she enjoyed it. And she was consulting till the age of 87. She's 88 right now. And she's still getting calls from headhunters. And she calls them her agents. It cracks me up. And I told her, and she wants to dust it off. And she told me, "Where's my resume? Send it to me. Where's my CV?" And she was cracking me up. But Mike, I just want to encourage you on your journey. You're in a time, many of us are in a point in our lives where we get to design and decide what we want to do. And the only right answer is inside of you, right? So I just want to encourage you as you do this pivot into the creative songwriting. You must be leaning on the strength of yours, but it gives me great joy to see you do something that you really enjoy. So I think that's my takeaway, Keith. The last takeaway, I love the relationships we're building here, but one of the last things I'll say is when you hear some of the stories of the tech giants, and I'll reference one, Steve Jobs once, and you can find a video of this, a tech giant in his own right? The inventor of Apple and Next Computers, and he was sharing a story. You can find this story on YouTube or some video. He was sharing a story that when he was, I think 13 years old or something like, or 12, he was young, and he was a freshman or was about to become a freshman in high school. And one summer he was missing some parts for a frequency counter he was building at his home. And so he called up, remember the company that still exists today called HP is Hewlett Packard. That's the abbreviation for HP. So he lived in Palo Alto. So he back in the day, they had the yellow pages where it actually lists names, address, and phone numbers of people. I don't know if you remember the yellow pages, but I think you all do. Especially if you live here in the United States, that's what we call them. But
Of course, yes.
the phone book, yeah. So he found Mr. Hewlett's number and he called him at his house. And he said, "Hey, I'm 12, 13 years old. I can't remember the age he told him. He said, I'm building a frequency pounder, and I'm wondering if you could lend me a few parts, if you can help me out and give me a few parts." And Mr. Hewlett said, "Yeah, come on over, And so he went over there, he gave him the parts he needed, and he went and built his project. Guess what happened because of that? That summer, he worked for Mr. Hewlett. What did he do? He was assembling frequency counters, putting them together, right, for the summer. That was his job. Why? And this is the story that Steve Jobs was trying to make. He goes, many of us fail to ask for help or pick up the phone or talk to somebody and ask for help. But because he did, he worked for Hewlett Packard because he asked for some parts for his frequency counter he was building. And I think that's a very powerful story in what we're doing today, where we are talking with each other, we're sharing stories, we're connecting, and there's going to be someone that listens to this and says, "Hey, Keith can help me. Oh, Melissa can help me. Oh, Bez, Mike can help me." They'll find something that we said that resonates with them, and they'll be reaching out to us and they'll be saying, hey, maybe you can help me. And that's the magic of this platform, Keith, and the space you created is that you bring in people for a conversation. And I when you guys said something, I kept thinking about that TV show, What About Us? So I'll land it there, and thank you for the space, Keith.
Have you been on Americo's
Oh.
show? Because one of the things, and you all know, Mike is on it this week. But have you been on Americo's show, Bez? Because he is passionate
Haven't
about live streaming as a format for communication. Have you set up an appointment for that?
I have not yet, so I need to talk to him. I don't know if he's looking for somebody like me, but I'll reach out to him. You know, if yeah.
Bez, can I pick up on something that you just said?
Sure.
That is such a fantastic story about Steve Jobs. So last week, I was teaching an English class, English as a second language, and there's a website that I use for intermediate English learners. It's called EnglishCentral.com. And the name of the video, or the title of the video, was Think Different. It was a video that was 90 seconds, and it was all about people who were considered crazy, rebels, troublemakers. I'm thinking of the vocabulary that I was teaching my English learners. They were all historical figures in this video. So if you have a chance, EnglishCentral.com. The title was Think Different and was all about people in history, from Albert Einstein to Steve Jobs to Bob Dylan, John Lennon, Mahatma Gandhi, Muhammad Ali, all considered to be troublemakers. But they were geniuses. Because they thought differently, they changed the world. And one of the people in that video was Steve Jobs.
Do you know,
And how-
Melissa, that was Apple's tagline?
Yeah. And I found it just by happenstance a week ago, and I showed it to 2 of my English classes, and they absolutely loved it. So fantastic.
This is what we're doing here, isn't it?
Yes.
So, Bez and Melissa, I would love to see you on Americo's show. Americo, who's based in Toronto, has the format where you can be on video or not. He is open to both. He prefers video, I think, himself, but he does do occasionally audio only ones. Is that what you're doing this week, Mike? Are you on Americo's show with your video on or off?
I don't know yet. I can't remember. I think the last time I was on, I had it on. So I'm okay with having it on. I kind of prefer not to, but for something like this, it's going to be, I mean, what I'm trying to do, and I don't know where he's going to take it, which is always a challenge, is I'm really trying to draw out this sort of the emotional connection that music has, and particularly for special events like birthdays and anniversaries and so on. And that tech has allowed us, I call it democratization, that again, I've been in choirs, I led vocals in a church for a number of years, but this is the first time, and I wrote poetry forever, but this is the first time I'm actually able to apply all of that, including my artistic abilities, with drawing and painting and poetry writing, and it pulls it all together. And I understand that I'm not I don't have a doctorate in music production, but I've spent almost a year doing it with Suno, and you do have to develop a skill over time. There's very specific things that you have to do to make things happen in Suno. So I don't know yet whether I'm going to actually appear on video or not.
And you've got that little Bono look there. Do you want to? I would love on this show, if you wanted to convert that back to the Bono look. You've got that sort of Bono rock star look. You choose to have the squirrel here, but you've got an alternative, haven't you?
Yeah, on LinkedIn. So what I did, And Keith, I've been struggling. I am really struggling with getting video, AI video working, and I kind of need it, as I mentioned, because almost all of the platforms really want, so, even if it's a short clip. So I'm struggling to do that. But so what I did is I took the idea that you see on the squirrel, and I don't think I can do it. Maybe I'll do it for next show. That I'll load up the avatar that has my face and the beret and the glasses. I'm not gonna have time to do that, but it's a good point. If I use the avatar instead of going live on video, I that's very thanks for that idea. I will use my LinkedIn
Yeah,
avatar.
it's probably not
pic.
kosher for a squirrel to talk about music, is it?
Unfortunately, though, I mean, my what I call my song track studio is Soulful Squirrels. Hence, I even think that's in the I put it in the notes or whatever here when you show them. But yeah, that's a good idea. And will I do it live? No, I don't have a pair of rose glasses, and I don't have a beret handy, and I'm not going to go out and do that between now and Thursday. But thanks for the idea.
So America show, I think, is at 7 o'clock Eastern, in spite of daylight saving. Is that right? Still 7 o'clock Eastern?
Well, this one, because of scheduling, as you guys say, in it's actually going to be at 2 p.m.
Oh wow,
on
that's why I'm
Thursday.
missing them, because they're 5 hours early. Like that's about 4 in the morning for me. I never get to see them anymore, but that's okay.
No,
2
but
p.m. Eastern.
No, but when he does, okay, he has is it Jay or I see, I don't know what show the actual show is. I don't know if it's a storytelling show that I'm actually showing up on, but whoever is his co-host is only available after, at 7. That's why he's doing it at 7 Eastern.
Okay.
But this one, because there's a scheduling conflict with maybe it's Jay, that we're doing it at 2.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a good template. I've sent it to you in the Facebook group, and I've sent it to you, Melissa. I think that you'd be a very good guest for America, and he
Okay.
does have the capacity to have you on as an avatar, not as a
Okay.
video. If you want to, that's
Okay.
how I always do it. So
Okay.
he's very good. He's a very, very good host. And the thing that's very interesting about America, he's got a very different model to me. Like I do this for fun. He does it for profit. And he has 3 models. He can teach you to do it. He can do it with you, or he can do it for you.
Oh,
And
wow.
obviously,
Cool.
so if you just want to be a guest on his show, he
Please
has
send me the link. Yeah. I'm going to sign off right now because I have a class to teach at 8 a.m.
no worries. Well, I'll play a song, and that's a good chance to. So we'll finish here. 5 hours
Okay.
down. We never seem to run out of things to say. I'll
Thank you
play
very
the
much.
and
Pleasure.
the video will be available on YouTube as a replay.
Welcome to the social sound check. Raise your voice and reconnect from every stream. Sounds ignite. We test, we break, we build it right. Tuesday lights up every feed. Voices meet where ideals lead, from Substack streams to global comms. Creation
And there we are. You've been listening to